스타트업 당선자 뮤비 스톱.
성공보다 실패가 더 많을 거예요. 하지만 누군가는 당신의 도전이 멈추지 않도록 응원할 거예요. 용감한 도전이 이어지는 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the brave thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
신입 발표 면접 시작하겠습니다.
우리 회사에 들어와 주신다면 업무만 생각하세요. 성장만 생각하세요. 성별 때문에 다른 무엇 때문에도 능력이 가려지거나 기회를 놓치게 하지 않을 거예요.
누구나 공정하게 성장하는 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the fair thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
일회용 컵 대신 텀블러를 쓰고 탄소 배출 대신 자전거를 타고 기후 변화를 멈추기 위해 당신만 노력하게 두지 않을 거예요. 탄소 배출 제로의 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the green thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
왜 일회용품 쓰는 것이 망설여질까요? 왜 청년들의 도전이 성공하길 응원할까요? 왜 기회를 갖지 못하는 사람들의 이야기에 마음이 쓰일까요? 우리는 모두 마음으로 옳은 일이 무엇인지 알기 때문입니다. 모두가 그 마음을 따라 행동한다면 정말 멋진 세상을 만들 수 있다는 것도
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Welcome to 2021 ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon Startup Conference titled The Connect 2021. We appreciate your presence. My name is Choi Hyung-hook, CEO of LifeSquare. I'll be the master of ceremony and a moderator at today's conference. Those who are joining at this conference might be curious about the master of ceremony today, because usually conferences are led by very beautiful and professional master of ceremonies. But today I am playing the role as a master of ceremony and the moderator. I am standing at ShinhanSquare Bridge in Incheon, Korea. This is the center of Korean finance where Shinhan Finance Group's headquarters are located, in connection with the global network. The global network and the open innovation are combined here as a national level innovative growth platform called ShinhanSquare Bridge. In particular, ShinhanSquare Bridge is in Incheon. As mentioned, is located in Incheon Free Economic Zone in Songdo. As one of the major smart cities of Korea. It is highly supported by Incheon Startup Park with startup infrastructure and potentials of ecosystem development. And it has much more potentials for the future growth, and that is why we are here in Songdo, Incheon. And that is also why we are hosting this conference. Innovative community and ecosystems have been created, which I have been highly interested in. In particular, ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon initiated along with my initial interest. So unlike other conferences, I am so excited to introduce you the effort and sincerity of creating ecosystem of startups in Incheon. So the keyword innovation and smart city as well as smart ecosystem will be discussed in this wonderful forum. ShinhanSquare Bridge Conference is a part of a series of Shinhan Financial Group's conferences this week. But in 2 days, on November 4th, ShinhanSquare Bridge Seoul will be hosted in Seoul by Shinhan Finance Group. So this week will be very meaningful for ShinhanSquare Bridge and Shinhan Finance Group. The topic of the conference is set in an effort of Shinhan Finance Group and Incheon Metropolitan City. Collective innovation for smart city and collective innovation for other smart startup ecosystem are some of the topics today. We are joined by 13 great speakers in 6 countries. It is not easy to create such infrastructure and ecosystem. But all startup ecosystem and startup innovative builders and all the stakeholders will gather here to discuss cooperative measures while playing their own roles. Let us begin the official conference. Before we begin the official sessions, we've prepared welcoming and congratulatory remarks for all the audience who are with us on site and on YouTube today. Vice President An Jun-sik of Startup Incubation of Shinhan Finance Group and Commissioner Lee Won-jae of Incheon Free Economic Zone. Let's have a look at their remarks through the video.
안녕하십니까. 스타트업 육성 플랫폼 신한스퀘어 브릿지 총괄을 맡고 있는 신한금융그룹 안준식입니다. 코로나19 상황에도 불구하고 스타트업 발굴과 육성을 통한 경제 활성화, 일자리 확대 등 대한민국의 혁신성장 생태계 조성을 위해 노력하고 계신 온 오프라인 참석자 모든 분들께 감사 인사를 드립니다. 신한금융그룹은 스타트업 혁신 생태계 구축을 지원하고 대한민국의 경제 성장에 이바지하기 위해 2020년부터 신한스퀘어 브릿지라는 글로벌 혁신 성장 플랫폼을 구축해 운영하고 있습니다. 현재 서울, 인천, 제주, 베트남 등 국내외 주요 도시에서 200여 개 스타트업이 저희 신한금융그룹과 함께하고 있습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스는 스마트시티, 메타버스 등 디지털 영역에서 새로운 비즈니스 기회를 창출할 수 있는 인사이트를 제시하고 국내외 스타트업 관계자들의 네트워킹장을 마련하기 위한 취지로 마련되었습니다. 특히 협력을 통한 혁신, 연결과 확장을 모토로 오늘 진행되는 스마트시티 글로벌 컨퍼런스를 통해 더 스마트하고 지속 가능한 미래 도시를 위한 해안을 찾기를 희망합니다. 세계적인 자동차 회사 포드의 창업자 헨리 포드는 같이 모이는 것은 시작을 의미한다. 같이 협력해서 일하는 것은 성공을 의미한다라고 말했습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 참여하신 스타트업 및 스마트시티 관계자분들이 협력을 통해 미래 스마트시티를 이끌어 나갈 주역이 되길 기대해 봅니다. 감사합니다.
신한스퀘어 브릿지에서 주최하는 스타트업 컨퍼런스에 오신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 인천경제자유구역 청장 이원재입니다. 먼저 코로나로 인하여 여러분께 영상으로 인사드리게 된 점 양해 말씀드립니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스는 산학연의 스마트시티 전문가와 스타트업 생태계 관계자가 한자리에 모여 각자의 역할과 협력 방안을 모색함으로써 스타트업의 육성과 협력을 위해 전문가분들의 해안과 경험을 듣기 위해 마련된 자리입니다. 오늘 뜻깊은 자리를 만들어주신 신한스퀘어 브릿지와 스타트업 생태계 관계자를 비롯한 각 분야 전문가분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 여러분도 아시다시피 오늘날 글로벌 팬데믹으로 인해 많은 분들이 어려움을 겪고 계십니다. 또한 이미 상용화되어 운영 중인 스마트시티 기술들은 모든 사회 전반에 폭넓게 확산되어 운영 중에 있으나 시장이 포화로 인해 새로운 모델 발굴이 필요한 실정입니다. 그러나 위기 뒤에 기회가 온다는 말이 있듯이 4차 산업 및 비대면 서비스 기술 등은 우리에게 새로운 기회로 다가오고 있습니다. 우리도 이에 대한 준비와 노력이 필요하다 할 것입니다. 여러분, 인천은 창업 인프라와 생태계 발전 가능성이 매우 높은 도시입니다. 특히 스마트시티 대표 도시인 인천경제자유구역은 인천 스타트업 파크 조성을 통해 창업을 꿈꾸는 많은 인재들을 지원하고 생태계를 육성하는 데 최선을 다할 것입니다. 우리에게 주어진 기회를 성공의 스토리로 만들어 나갈 미래 대한민국 주인공인 여러분들의 도전과 열정에 인천경제자유구역이 함께 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 오늘 이 자리가 여러분들의 새로운 도전에 큰 걸음이 되기를 바라며 컨퍼런스에 참여해 주신 분들과 관계자 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 코로나가 하루빨리 종식이 되어 여러분들을 직접 만나 뵙기를 기대하며 그때까지 건강하시기 바랍니다.
Thank you, Vice President and Commissioner. While listening to them, I remember two keywords: cooperation and ecosystem. That is probably why we are here today, in order to create a venue for cooperation. We are going to have this conference from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. in Korean Standard Time. Because we have global speakers, we are going to have interpretation service on YouTube channel. So make sure you set the channel for Korean or English. We have some quizzes with prizes while broadcasting on YouTube. Those who submit quiz answers may win the prizes. ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon's members have sponsored wonderful gifts for us. Mini Presso's herbal tea, coffee capsule machine, Google Home Next AI speakers, and many more. So please stay tuned for your lucky moment. And we really hope to see you until the end to think about measures to create a genuine ecosystem for startups. There are 3 sessions in this conference. In session 1 in the morning, we will have 1 session, and session 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Smart city and startup ecosystem will be broadly discussed in session 1 with more global speakers. To draw broader pictures, we want to talk more about smart cities and startup ecosystem. In the afternoon, in session 2, we are going to discuss under the topic called the smart growth in smart cities, with some in detailed directions and implications will be heard by great speakers. And the last session's topic is called Collective Innovation for Smart Cities, which will be probably our ultimate goal. So we will have some players who will actually play their roles in the platform of collective innovation. And we will seek more conditions how we can nurture and incubate more startups in session 3. In particular, in this session, we are going to have a MindBridge officials from ShinhanSquare Bridge to have better and more abundant discussion along with other speakers. So please stay tuned until the end of the conference today. Let us officially begin the conference. 2021 ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon Startup Conference has just started with the first session of Smart City collaborated with Startup Ecosystem. We are having 3 global speakers connected online, real time. And we are going to have the official language of English for the procedure. And I'm going to speak in English pretty soon. And as mentioned, we are providing interpretation service, so make sure you set the channel for the service.
First session with a startup ecosystem with a smart city. Now we begin with the first speaker. First speaker came from Sidewalk Labs from Google. Sidewalk is very famous representative innovation entity for building smart city over the ergonomic and very human-centric design. So now we begin with the first speaker, Prem Ramaswamy. Please welcome.
Good morning, Korea. My name is Prem Ramaswamy. I'm president of urban products at Sidewalk Labs. And we meet today as leaders around the world gather in Glasgow to negotiate the future of our planet at COP26. And this planet currently looks very urban. Over 56% of our world's inhabitants live in cities globally today. And whether you're in New York City or in Seoul, we don't need to mention some of the problems that cities suffer from. For example, this is a photograph of Toronto, but it could be New York or Seoul or any other city, having massive congestion, causing longer commutes with terrible traffic. We've essentially ceded our public realm, the space that we want to call ours, to vehicles we use to get to and from places. We waste time in our commute and are extremely unhappy doing so, and all of this causes massive amounts of pollution. Speaking of pollution, our cities produce suffocating pollution, resulting in higher asthma rates for our children and this unforgiving climate that we're experiencing right now. Recently, autopsies of young children in Delhi are showing lungs that look like a chain smoker's lungs. And this pollution not only comes from the automobiles we talked about earlier, but also our insatiable demand for energy, and a large piece of that coming globally from coal right now. And finally, cities suffer from their own success, resulting in overcrowding and unaffordable rents. And yet by 2050, 2 out of 3 people, or an additional 2.5 billion individuals, will live in cities. And most of these folks will come to cities for the promise of social mobility, only to find they've been priced out. With this backdrop, about 3.5 years ago, I left Google to join a new company called Sidewalk Labs. Sidewalk Labs, I believe, is uniquely positioned to help provide ambitious and practical solutions that we hope can radically improve the quality of life in cities for all. Sidewalk Labs is one of the bets inside Alphabet. Alphabet is the parent company of Google. Google can be considered a sister company to Sidewalk Labs, obviously a much wealthier and more successful sister for now. Over the last 5 years, we brought together a very unique set of individuals, both urbanists and technologists from very different backgrounds. And we have a unique multidisciplinary team that we bring to really bear out our mission. This group has a wide variety of professional expertise and lived experience from an unusually wide range of disciplines, all focused around the same mission. And we have learned how to manage this human API, if you will, across these different fields to really innovate and create products that we believe, again, will radically improve the quality of life in cities for all. But if we look at cities, they haven't changed much in the last century. If I look at either how we move or how we construct our skyscrapers or even how we deliver power, water, or other utilities, not much has actually changed other than maybe the photographs going from black and white to color. But if I go a little further back, you can see that massive change is actually possible. If I look at the roads of the 1800s with horses versus the roads today, we can definitely see large leaps. But those leaps have really stagnated over the last 80 years. If you think about some of the revolutions that have really pushed forward the modern city, they include things like the steam engine that really connected far off places. Our city planning completely changed to include railroad tracks. Then came the electrical grid, which again made our world a little smaller, allowing us to communicate across that, but also allowed us to defeat night to light our city streets, to, again, actually go outside and enjoy a longer period of time. And then finally, you have the automobile, which really made our world quite a bit smaller, but really changed the urban landscape, taking it from one of parks to one of highways. All of this, of course, was under the backdrop of increased productivity and also completely changed how we plan and how we build our cities. And we believe we're on the precipice of a similar revolution, of a fourth industrial revolution brought on by digital technologies. And there are many of these digital technologies. There's, the internet, the advances in AI and computer vision, cloud computing, robotics, IoT, just to name a few. And each of these can have a large impact on urban systems like buildings, mobility, our physical, social, and even our digital infrastructure with which we build these very places. But standing in the path of each of these are political, social, regulatory, and economic obstacles. And this is where Sidewalk, with its urbanists and technologists, can hopefully build products that can radically improve the quality of urban life. These products range from tall timber skyscrapers built in factories that will turn trees into an agricultural asset and keep that carbon captured for 150 more years, all the way to controlling building energy in Class B and C buildings in a way that reduces their energy consumption by over 20%. We can add value across the full development cycle for a real estate firm. Most typically, we start in the vision or master plan stage and actively look for where we can add value going forward. But today, I wanted to focus on one specific product called Delve. Delve aims to improve the quality of life through better and smarter placemaking. Delve focuses on that early master planning stage and brings the power of cloud computing and machine learning to an often overlooked area in the city planning lifecycle. To achieve our mission, we have a holistic approach to planning and design that considers multiple factors that range from the quality of life considerations all the way to financial outcomes. You can consider Delve as a platform solution where these multidisciplinary decisions can be weighted and balanced to deliver stakeholder value. One can't really expect to change a road network in a city and not expect the daylight views on buildings to change also. And yet, human beings are terrible thinking in more than 4 dimensions. As we spoke of earlier, we may not even be great at 4 dimensions, as we see from our inability to manage the impending climate crisis. But Delve allows a planner to view all the multidimensional calculations a human mind isn't equipped to make in one place, holistically, at one time. We've worked with a large array of partners across 17 countries, from the Middle East, the UK, Central Europe, South America, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and more. In addition to our geographic reach, we've had a diversity of client types. You may recognize logos representing cities and municipalities, developers, architects, and urban planners. This speaks to the variety of relevant Delve use cases and how we've been able to create value for a range of users. We've accommodated projects ranging from as small as 1 acre all the way to hundreds of acres in scale. Based on our research, up to 90% of all project value is actually created during the pre-development stage, when decisions have the highest leverage to actually impact outcomes. This stage is also filled with the most ambiguity. Planners are essentially asked to deduce a financial pro forma with just a few design options that need to appeal to multiple stakeholders with competing interests. It's an impossible challenge. And what Delve does is it helps you approach this initial underwriting and early stage planning with far more data and rigor. Under the traditional planning approach, the iterative nature of master planning can be a months-long process that yields at most a few plans, usually focused on what people think looks best, and focusing at most on a few dimensions. This is a tremendous opportunity cost, both in terms of time and lost leverage that we've accepted under the traditional way. With Delve, you have the assurance that you've given yourself every advantage by having surfaced the top design options at the beginning of your project. So how does Delve actually work? So I'm going to move from left to right on the chart here. Firstly, a real estate developer sets your project yield and program. Delve works closely with you to set your site boundary and target program mix, and the neighboring context is usually downloaded from publicly available data sources like Google Maps or OpenStreetMaps. Once we've determined that, we set your design priorities. This includes your project constraints, such as zoning and height restrictions, setback restrictions, which you provide to us at project onset. From here, you're going to identify relevant priority outcomes that are important to you within Delve. These are project drivers that we'd like to optimize for, and they range between the quality of life metrics such as green space, daylight access, views, as well as financial outcomes based on a hurdle return metric that you've predetermined. Another Delve special feature is that we offer a utility demand model for your project, which forecasts energy consumption based on your actual program mix. And we have more than 80 metrics built out of the box, and each and every one of these are customizable. From these, Delve can surface hundreds of design options that are ranked and scored and allow you to go through these options and pick the ones that best match your needs. A real estate developer would never outsource their financial model. And we don't believe they should outsource their urban plan either, from which the financial model and all future decisions are derived. The goal of Delve, again, is to increase your total project value. From a cost side, Delve's going to allow for time savings, which has direct financial implications, such as reducing carrying costs and also safeguarding your project timeline so you can meet critical deadlines and milestones. On the flip side, from a value perspective, Delve has proven to uncover additional density and create value by optimizing for program mix. Both of these together allow Delve to give you returns that not only meet, but exceed your baseline projections, not only financially, but also from the perspective of quality of life. Now, you don't have to trust my word for it. Let's talk about a specific example. Quinton's a real estate project outside of Wembley Park in the UK that was an early Delve customer. Quinton embarked to optimize for a 12-acre residential parcel as part of a larger 45-acre district-level master plan development project. Quinton's original plan had a maximum of 1,900 possible residential units, but was unable to make the project pencil. They essentially had to solve for additional density to be able to make the project pencil while maximizing daylight access and open space. Initially, these were viewed as two competing priority outcomes that one could not solve for. Delve was engaged in 2019 to improve on the benchmark design and was quickly able to create an additional 500 units, but this resulted in a reduction in daylight due to the additional density. With the maximum density consideration serving as an upper bound, Delve then worked to improve on daylight and open space requirements that still exceeded Quinton's internal financial hurdle return metrics. Delve allowed for the exploration of thousands of options across many dimensions of possible design choice and performance. The final scheme increased the plan by 278 units and balanced the crucial quality of life outcomes. We were able to increase the net profit and the GFA by over 11%, while also increasing open space and daylight by an additional 11% too. Again, what was thought as competing priorities were actually not as initially imagined. Wembley Park actually showcases Delve's power as a platform that employs a holistic approach to development and showed Quinton that the project could achieve both higher to live there. At its core, Delve is software, and what software has historically done is drive down costs while increasing reach of a highly specialized and at times gilded field. And what we hope that Delve can do is make this capacity for smart urban planning available globally. Delve is just getting started, and if you're interested, you can find us online at delve.sidewalklabs.com. And we hope Delve can bring the power of urban planning to the 97% of urban landmass that goes unplanned today. We hope you'll work with us. You can email us at delve@sidewalklabs.com. And we hope you'll join us on our journey to radically improve the quality of life in cities for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing the great experience and insight from Sidewalk Labs. Prem, I have a couple of questions because I actually look at the Sidewalk Labs for a long time because it began with maybe as far as I remember, it is 10 years ago, right? More than 10 years ago, right? So my first question is that Sidewalk Labs actually builds itself as an urban innovator, right? But we actually, bring the agenda today is smart city. It's kind of the biggest, concept. So why the claim urban innovation?
Yeah, sure. We're not the biggest fan of the term smart cities. To us, smart cities feels condescending and incomplete. It feels condescending in that we think that cities today are wonderfully smart in numerous ways, and incomplete in that we think that anything is considered smart if it's connected to the internet. Well, that we know is not the case. And that's why Sidewalk Labs and the team working on Delve, we like to use this term urban innovation, which is we define as a way of finding solutions for the challenges developers and cities face. So some of these solutions can be technological, of course. Connecting a product to the internet doesn't necessarily make it smart, as we said. But we believe that tech shouldn't be implemented for tech's sake. Instead, it should be used when it directly produces positive outcomes for places and people that it's actually intended to serve. So although Delve is a technical solution to a problem, we're more proud of what it enables a developer to do, which is essentially design better neighborhoods faster and with less risk than the fact that it's actually using AI, machine learning, and the other technologies that would deem it as quote unquote smart.
Great, thanks. As other, Google family company actually did using, a lot of technology for making, great, improvement or advancement. My second question is that, so you mentioned a lot of technology like machine learning and IoT, things like that. So how can these technologies actually help us to build a sustainable or equitable city?
Yeah, look, this is the key mission that Sidewalk Labs has, right? And it's a question that we are all actively asking right now. The development process today is extremely complex. You have several actors involved, and broadly speaking, these players can be grouped into these two categories, urbanists and technologists, and often these groups have been pitted against one another. For our 5-year history, we've been building this human API between these two disparate groups. Technologists, for example, think of disruption as a wonderful thing, while urbanists think of it as a pandemic or a natural disaster. Our very language is different, not to mention our timescales. A 5-year plan is considered good for a urbanist, while for a technologist, that's 2 revolutions behind. And what we think we've done is we've bridged this gap in a way where we've gotten the two sides to figure out how to think about placemaking holistically. Now, there are more than enough challenges out there that real estate developers have to solve, and they're clear. They range from our global COVID pandemic we're dealing with today, the climate crisis, social injustice and inequality. And the question is, how do we use urban innovation to solve these challenges and actually build better places? So I think in this, we must remain quite humble. So there are years of practice and knowledge in this space, and we must build upon that, but we also must build with local communities. So although everyone in this room is specifically focused on improving cities and enamored by technology, we have to remember and consider the larger impact that our placemaking has on the world at large, and ensure that the residents are brought in and brought along to the solutions.
Great, great. I felt like your technology is like tools or method to bring your solution to the city, to the people, right? So actually, we are in Songdo. It's one of the earliest smart city in Korea and the biggest one too. Actually, the smart city things like driven by government because it is so big, the scale, and need a lot of money, and also need a regulatory support. So it is not easy to approach by one single company. So as a Sidewalk Labs, it's like one single company. How to change it? Cities, like your small company. Frankly, it's not small though.
Well, look, we are a small company, and it's true that we are taking on a large challenge, but it's not just us, we believe, that will take on this large challenge. Many of our products work closely with a set of other companies, a set of partners. We think that the future of cities, I like to joke, is like the internet, where it's going to be distributed. It's going to have modular technologies that service along, and multiple players can play along it. If one router fails along the internet doesn't go down, and our cities should be built similarly, not with single points of failure. To be able to succeed there, it's going to take a group of companies coming together and showing that there are different ways of doing it. But it's not just the private sector. This is why Sidewalk Lab was built with both urbanists and technologists. Our CEO, Dan Doctoroff, for example, comes from experience being deputy mayor of New York City, as well as CEO of Bloomberg before coming to Sidewalk Labs. So having both that private corporation experience, as well as the respect for the government and governance that can allow us to succeed, is exceedingly important as we think about these solutions for cities moving forward.
Wow, we would like to learn from many things from you. So I have many questions, but I would like to save for our group discussion. So please stay there. We'll be back soon. Okay, let's begin with the second speaker. It's one another Googler. So Sami Kijibas, who is Google Accelerator and Expert Global Head. He will cover the responsibility of the startup ecosystem stakeholders. Please welcome Sami.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm very excited to be here. I want to thank our organizers, Square Bridge, and all the sponsors who've been able to make this happen. I'm very excited to be able to participate in this virtually, Although, of course, I would have preferred to do this in person. I think Prem has already described some very good examples of reasons why we're not able to be in person just yet. But I have the pleasure of speaking to all of you about the role of the startup ecosystem actors. So that's what I'll be speaking about today. There are a few things that I'd like to cover here, but before I jump in, let me give you a little bit of background about myself. So as mentioned, I look after Google's global accelerator program that supports startups and NGOs all around the world. I've been at Google for roughly about 9 years now, and I'm based in Singapore. So I'm not too far off from all of you, at least in terms of time zone. One of the things that I want to talk about before I go into the accelerator program briefly is the startup ecosystem and my experience there. So before I joined Google, I had actually started a startup here in Singapore in 2010. And as many of you can imagine, the Singapore startup ecosystem was fairly small at that time, right? We're talking about nearly 12 years ago. And we didn't have a lot of the components of a successful startup ecosystem or a thriving startup ecosystem that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And one of the experiences I had there, besides running my startup and looking for ways to grow my business, was to integrate and to help build a lot of the startup ecosystem here. And that was a great privilege. And so I know that many of you in the audience, now some of you might already be very experienced entrepreneurs, founders, investors. However, many of you, I suspect, are thinking about how you can get into the startup ecosystem, either as a founder, as an investor, or perhaps you're even a policymaker thinking about how you can support and enable that ecosystem. So I'd like to just spend a few minutes talking about that more in particular. So this is just a simple graphic that covers the various startup ecosystem actors that typically exist. Of course, this could be much more complex if we had more time, but I don't think that's necessary. I think what's important to understand about any startup ecosystem is that what you want to create is a virtuous cycle. And that means that the ecosystem can continue to feed itself and grow with the traction momentum that it's been able to create over time. One way that I like to think about that virtuous cycle and a successful startup ecosystem is when, specifically the stars of the show, which are often many of you, the startups, the founders, can enter and exit the startup ecosystem. We'll talk about those things, but at least starting up their company and exiting with minimal barriers between the stages required of growth and development. And what we've seen in places like Singapore and elsewhere across Asia, including in Korea and around the world, is that when startups and founders are able to do this, everybody and all the actors in this chart succeed, right? All of the folks who are involved in the ecosystem succeed, and that's why that startup and founder enter and exit is so important to make this work. So what I'll do very briefly here, before I go into accelerators specifically, because that's where my expertise is and our work at Google is focused on, I'll just briefly talk about each of these players and how they play a different role at different stages of a startup life. Now, many of you might be coming from some of these organizations or these actors, so you'd be very familiar with this. But hopefully, this will give you a better sense of how they can all work together. I'll start off with academia. So this is typically your universities, but it can also include high schools. I have 3 young children. I believe that seeding the startup ecosystem and that entrepreneurial spirit begins in primary school. My eldest daughter is constantly finding new things to sell and to make to start a business, and so I do believe it starts early. But at the university level, typically that's where a lot of founders become inspired and enabled to start their own venture, their own startup. And that's a hugely critical thing. We want to be raising young adults into this mindset of being able to create something, to improve their surroundings. And most importantly, what we learn in university is how to solve problems. And a lot of times, the successful startups are solving important problems, and that is what makes them so necessary to their users' day-to-day life, or successful for their partners in business. So the academia plays a very important role. As a founder goes off, let's say they start to work on an idea. Many universities today support founders with incubation space. It might be an environment where they can actually work out of, where they can get shared resources, almost like a co-working space, but within the university itself. And typically, we'll call these incubators, which I'll get into in a bit, which starts at that very early idea stage. Universities then may graduate these students. Those students may go out into the real world, but their professors continue to play a very important part of the startup ecosystem. These professors, bring best in class and best practices to the broader startup ecosystem. They may act as mentors for founders, even after their graduation, for the broader ecosystem again. You'll find that they may partner. They may even be a customer for many of the startups, since they may create this kind of safe zone for students to actually test their products, including on the students, which is something that I did back in the day as well, using my fellow students as guinea pigs for my new technology. So that's universities, and essentially how they can support the ecosystem throughout the life cycle of startups. Corporates also play a very important role. And I'm sitting here in a corporate, as part of Google. And, I believe that corporates can play a critical role. At early stages, yes, many companies like Google have incubator and accelerator programs, but deeper than that, right? I believe very, very creative, innovative companies are creating that founder mindset with their employees. And so a lot of great founders may have spent time, learning and training in a corporate environment. And then they were enabled, because of that environment, because of the leadership, they were enabled to maybe start up their own venture within their organization, or perhaps to be able to take that out of the organization and start it on their own. So it becomes a really important, training ground for great new founders after learning, perhaps some of the best practices that a large corporate follows. And so that's something that's important. Corporates, of course, you have lots of senior executives, a lot of experience sits in large corporations, and so again, they play an important role as mentors. And when I talk a little bit about the mentors in our accelerator programs, you'll see that we do invite mentors from corporations quite a bit. And the third major role that I'll mention here is that corporates are oftentimes the most important customer that startups can have. They may be the most lucrative in terms of making money. They might, be a partner, an enabler for helping their product or their service scale to a broader market. So they play a very critical role that many people don't necessarily recognize when they're thinking about the startup ecosystem. And hopefully those of you in the audience who are coming from corporates, you're either participating in this or you're interested in this, and you have a better understanding of just the different roles that you can play. It is so critical, I believe, that large corporates make room and allow their company to work with smaller, albeit riskier, organizations like startups, because that can not only foster innovation, excitement within their organization and for their products and services, but it also helps create successful startups, creates a successful innovation ecosystem in their markets, and it helps the broader economy and ecosystem as well. Thirdly, I'll talk about policymakers. I thought Prem did a great job talking about ways that particularly in a sustainable and smart city, a government can enable and sometimes damage some of these ecosystems. But I've seen it go both ways in countries all around the world. Sometimes policymakers are pressured to making very strict and stringent decisions around innovation. That can be stifling for startups. So those of you who are representing the public sector today, so I would certainly encourage you, and we've seen this in Korea already, is to think about, enabling the founders, the great business talent that you have in your country. Think about how you can enable them to be successful, because that typically has a very positive effect on other objectives that you might have within the government. It can have, obviously the most positive effect can be on the economy if we do this right. We're going to create value within the country. We're going to employ more people, so we'd be creating employment. So a lot of really beneficial things. Now, some of the typical ways we've seen governments enable the ecosystem, including in Korea, is through incentives, right? When we look at the economics, we think about incentives and how we can incentivize the right things to help grow a country based on their resources and talent. And this is something that we see, for example, governments may incentivize a certain sector of innovation. So, a government may actually sponsor innovation and research and development in smart cities and smart city technologies, right? So that will have more entrepreneurs flood to that sector, right, to take advantage of those incentives. There are tax breaks, there are mentorship programs, accelerator programs. There are all sorts of ways that governments can have a really great impact. Oftentimes, in many countries around the world, seeing the traction that we've seen in some of the major startup hubs, governments take it upon themselves to take the first few steps. So they look at all of these different ecosystem players, and they incentivize each and every one of these actors to participate, financially and other ways. So that's incredibly important. Service providers. Now, when I say service providers, I mean very specifically some absolutely critical organizations that a startup just couldn't even get started with, but couldn't survive and grow with. And those are, believe it or not, accounting firms and legal firms and other such consulting services and so on. Now, without those firms inside an ecosystem, how do you incorporate a company? Not every founder is a fantastic accountant, and that would very quickly kill the ability of a small venture to become a successful large corporation, which does rely very heavily on transparency and legal frameworks to protect and to grow their businesses. So the service providers play a very important role here, and that's throughout the life cycle of a startup as well. I'll talk about investors before I cover accelerators and incubators. Investors, as you can imagine, play an important role, but there's so many different types of investors at that very early stage. Even at for those startups in academia, you'll typically see what we call friends and family rounds of investment and fundraising, and it is what it sounds like. It's really students who go to their parents or go to their cousins and go to their friends and say, hey, we're working on this, we really need your help. Can you throw in a little bit of money to help us get this up and running? Some people call this round the friends, family, and fools round. I've often been a fool in investment rounds, and I'm very proud to be that because without the fools, very rarely a startup would be able to raise enough money just from their friends and family to get their startup up and running. So at a very early stage, friends, family, and fools are critical. And fools can be anybody. They can be successful business folks who just happen to like the founders, who believe in the vision of the idea and just want to see that successful, but know typically that there's a very high chance of failure at this stage. After that, they may need more formal investment. So that's where we see support from venture capital firms that can invest a few millions of dollars rather than $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 as an angel investor. Like a friend and family, but angel investors can be larger individual investors as well. Typically, they're in the fool category, and again, we're typically proud to be there. But yeah, you have venture capital funds to support in the millions, and then as it gets larger and larger, let's say you go from what's called a Series A, which is your first institutional fundraising round, to Series B, C, and D. Then we're typically talking about private equity players in the market, very large capital, lots of money being invested in these startups. So that's investors. They play a role, again, throughout the life of a startup. One thing I didn't mention here is when some founders consider exit having an initial public offering, so being listed on a stock exchange in the stock market, and an investor can be even a consumer investor on the stock exchange. And so those that are investing there, that's also an investment into a lot of these startups, but typically at a much later stage. And finally, I want to talk about our accelerators and incubators. So at the accelerators and incubators side, we have a few different stages that we consider. Incubators are typically where startups will start. So it might actually be their own physical space, like I mentioned, a co-working space where startups can be exposed to a lot of different types of mentors, other entrepreneurs, talk speakers, support, even physical office support is important. So incubators are great for when you have an idea, but you just need to make some traction. You need to figure out how to crack the problem at a very early stage. And after that, a product might get launched or a service, you might have your first few customers, you start to see some success and you realize, okay, we're going to need some more money to be able to enable more growth. We need to hire more people. We need to invest more in the product, and we have to, maybe acquire more customers. And that's typically when a startup will explore entering an accelerator. Now, these aren't, absolutely critical, I would say. A lot of startups have succeeded without them. But you'll find, and a lot of the startups today have benefited from an incubator and accelerator, especially given the speed at which, the expectations are on founders and startups these days to grow. And so, having something like an accelerator, which by virtue of its name accelerates the growth of a startup, is really helpful. It's really helpful. And so we believe that this was a very important way that us at Google can be useful to startup ecosystems around the world, is looking at, okay, wherever in any country where founders have been able to crack a problem, excuse me, have been able to crack a problem and do it at some level of simple scale, as supporting a certain number of clients, starting to earn some revenue. Maybe they've already raised their initial round of funding from angel investors or perhaps even from a VC. But now they have the daunting task of, growing it 100 times. It's not something that most founders are prepared for the first time around. They might be very comfortable in the smaller environment, but then turning their small environment into a very large company can be challenging. And so that's typically where we like to support. And I'd just like to take the last couple of minutes that I have remaining to talk a little bit about Google's accelerator. And of course, I can answer questions about that later if needed. So this is a photo of our CEO, Sundar Pichai, at our Google.org Impact Challenge Accelerator, which supported NGOs, nonprofits, focus on sustainability efforts. So that happened last year. We have a number of different types of accelerators at Google. Typically, they're called Google for Startup accelerators, including the one in Korea, which I'll talk about. But we also have other brands of accelerators. Those focus on sustainability, typically with Google.org branding. And we also have those that are focused on game developers with our Google Play Indie Games Accelerator, and cloud developers, those that are looking to expand their businesses on cloud with our Google Cloud Accelerator. So, but these are all accelerators that we run out of Google. And our mission is basically to help and empower developers and startups around the world solve the world's biggest challenges. And we try to bring the best of Google. Now, the best of Google includes our technologies, which hopefully most people would know us for. But we believe also this value that we can provide through the people at Google, but also our global network outside of Google, including great partners like SquareBridge. And so we try to do this, we try to package all of that best practices that we have and whatever we believe might be useful to a startup, we package that into an accelerator format. We launched the program in 2016. It's grown significantly since then. I'll show you some stats very quickly. We've expanded our network of partners. As you've seen, we work with executives internally, but also externally to make sure these accelerators can be as impactful and visible as possible for our founders and startups. We don't take equity, as most accelerators do, which is fine. I think accelerators that are their own individual business should be making money, and they should have a stake in the growth of the startups. In our case, we don't take equity because that's not the main outcome that we're looking for. What we're hoping is that startups would try our different technologies and perhaps succeed with some of them. We can also learn how we can improve those technologies. We believe we can learn a lot from startups. So we can improve things like Android and cloud and our machine learning platforms like TensorFlow by working with startups. And hopefully, as the startups continue to grow, we can continue partnering with them for more commercial purposes as well. So they can become great partners and customers for us over time. But our objectives for my team and our program is purely focused on the startup success. And we do that in 4 ways throughout the program. We look at their technology, how we can help them in product design, how we can help their businesses grow, and how we can help them as people grow. And that one's a very important one. Typically, you'd think that most people come to our accelerator for the technology side. A lot of our graduates walk away thinking, you know what, one of the most valuable things I got out of it was learning how to be a better founder, a better leader, a better people manager. And so for each of these different topics and categories, we use everything we've learned at Google. We package that, the stuff that's used with our own product teams, with our own leadership, with our own business teams. We package that and we make it available to the founders in our program. So this is just very briefly a snapshot of some of the success we've had. We're very proud of the traction, the momentum, and the trust that startup ecosystem players have had in us over time. And we've been able to have some significant contributions to economies around the world this way. So you can see, collectively how much our startups have raised, how many jobs they've created, which we believe is very important for the growth of our economy, enabling an ecosystem as well. How many companies we've had go through, and that number is always growing very quickly because we run a couple dozen of these programs every year now. We have 88 partners, as mentioned. Square Bridge has been a phenomenal partner for us this year, and we're so thrilled to partner with them on this event as well today. And as I mentioned, we provide technical support of different types. In Accelerator, in Korea, we do have an accelerator that just launched, and we're going through all the applications right now. So hopefully you'll find out very soon who the roughly 8 to 9 different startups that we'll have in the program will be. I can talk a little bit more about the program in Korea if there's any questions on that. But as mentioned before, we have mentors and participants, not only from within Google, but very important to have folks from outside of Google mentor and support. Now, again, this is, we don't take equity. It's free for the startups to take partner accelerators. And we're so lucky to have all of these folks inside and outside of Google. They volunteer their time, right? They're unpaid, and they do this because they're also passionate about seeing a successful startup ecosystem and supporting innovation in their world. And they come from all those different sectors and the actors that I mentioned earlier. That's my time. I hope this was useful. Thank you so much for having me. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. But it's been a pleasure to be here and be able to speak with all of you. I wish you all best of luck in the startup ecosystem.
Thank you, Sami. Thanks for bringing a very important component for the startup ecosystem. Actually, I'm interested in your talk because you cover a lot of ecosystem essential and things for Korean startup ecosystem. We don't have enough time, so I have one question. Actually, you mentioned several startup actors' roles, right? But I think that startup ecosystem actually, comprise of not only, actors. Probably we have to builder, like an architect. So I would like to ask the question: who could be lead this kind of, the innovation, the ecosystem builder? Who can build? Government, or who can make a, key role as like an architect? Because we would like to be a player or actors, but it requires great, playground. So I would like to listen to your, the insight or thought.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I've seen in our work with Google's accelerator, I've seen the builder role come from pretty much every single one of those buckets of actors. So I've seen it start at the academia level, where there was just so much passion within universities that they saw that the startup ecosystem was not thriving, but there was demand from their students. The students could see what was happening around the world, and that universities teamed together to run business competitions, to bring government into the conversation, into the thread. I've seen that happen. So it can start at the university level. I've certainly seen it at the corporation level, where they would invest in startups. You'd start to see a very healthy acquisition model, investment model from corporations, and that actually seeded and built the startup ecosystem. But more commonly today, we start seeing the early seeds come in from government, because it's so important to have the right incentives in place, the right ingredients in place for all of those startup ecosystem actors to want to participate and to be able to see success from participating in a startup ecosystem. So I would certainly urge our policymakers in the audience to consider that and think about what they can do to continue to grow the ecosystem and innovation in your country. And then, of course, I really encourage everybody here to think about, based on what I've shared here, a role that you could play. It can really start from just about any one of these actors.
All right, thank you. So it's not single entity, right? So it's kind of collaboration. It's kind of the innovation together, right? So okay, so let's discuss more about our group session. So please stay there. We have a last speaker from Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus, named Michael Wepek. He's the director of this center. So let's invite him to listen to his talk about the open innovation and collaboration for startup-centric, startup smart city innovation. Please welcome to the stage.
Oh, thank you very much for welcoming me. This is a really exciting topic and I think a really interesting opportunity to discuss this intersection between smart city and innovation ecosystems. One of the most important things to recognize, I think, is that innovation ecosystems do not get created out of nothing. They take time, they take planning, and a lot of work to make them come about. And so the things that I would like to discuss in this talk specifically are the brief history of Silicon Valley, how we got to where we are today as the most dynamic and successful innovation ecosystem in the world. And then specifically focus on the economics of regional clustering. There is a sense that innovation ecosystems have broken some economic models, which we don't think to be the case at all. Rather, they take advantage of very long-standing economic theory on why they can be successful and how they can compete on a global scale. And then specifically talk about opportunities for some smart city innovation. Before I go too far down this, I am a faculty member in civil and environmental engineering at Stanford. I do serve as the faculty director of our Stanford Center in Korea, the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me and also thank our government partners for the center in South Korea, both the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. So getting into this brief history of Silicon Valley, much of this history was developed in my teaching of both entrepreneurship within the School of Engineering here at Stanford, and also teaching venture capital investing. I serve as the academic director for a lot of our professional education, executive education focused on entrepreneurship and venture capital investing. So the origins of Silicon Valley, while many think they can be traced to the 1950s, maybe 1960s, we think stretch far further back, which is why I say it takes a long time to build a successful ecosystem, at least the first time it did. We see a lot of the roots of Silicon Valley coming in the mid-1930s, early 1930s, with significant investments in defense contracts, Raytheon, Lockheed, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, Livermore National Lab. So major government investment. And also research investment in places like the University of California, Berkeley, and at Stanford. Now, these organizations, and Sammy had talked about them briefly, serve as, in many regards, a thread through a very, very violent history of Silicon Valley of ups and downs. It's these governmental agencies and academic institutions that can serve as a leveling of the ecosystem because they do exist on a longer time scale, typically, than the ups and downs of startups. And so that type of research investment was important very early on. But from a policy standpoint, we trace the roots of Silicon Valley back even further to the California Civil Code of 1872, which specifically outlawed non-compete clauses in employment contracts. So rather than having to sit out of the economy when you shifted from one position to the next, like you do in finance, it's illegal in California to prevent folks from going from one firm to the next. Now, that doesn't mean you can steal IP. It doesn't mean you can steal things from one company and take them to another. Rather, keeps you involved in the ecosystem. Right? It keeps labor in the economy rather than having it sit on the sidelines. And this was incredibly important with a small population of very skilled workers in California early on. It was equally as important in the origins in Silicon Valley with a small number of very, very talented individuals, coders, hardware developers, and even today, very, very advanced, small skill set of individuals. You can't keep them out of the labor force in order to grow successfully. So then moving into the 1930s, we get Hewlett-Packard. Hewlett-Packard was a spin out from Stanford, a couple of master's students from one of our electrical engineering professors, Fred Terman. And Fred's mantra around research was making sure that academic research was tightly connected to business, which was very unique at the time and is still a hallmark of both Stanford and Berkeley in the way that they try to drive innovation in the Valley. So if we now fast forward to the 1950s and Bill Shockley's work, first on the transistor and then into semiconductors, and the traitorous 8 breaking off and forming Fairchild Semiconductor. This is where silicon really started to move forward as the semiconductor of choice, the roots of Silicon Valley. If you think that the origins of Silicon Valley and the history of Silicon Valley is a technology story, you would be wrong. It's just as much a technology story as it is a financial innovation story. So it was at the same time that an investment banker named Art Rock came to Northern California and started to invest in small companies and equity shares. And he started to support this idea of people who could take the risk from the people who wanted to take the risk when it came to founding startups. Further, in the late 1950s, government policy comes back in through the Small Business Investment Act, which allows for fractional ownership of private firms. Without these types of financial innovations, we don't get today's Silicon Valley. We then see the formation of a number of venture investment firms, Davis and Rock, and then now the oldest one in here in the Valley, Sutter Hill Ventures. In the late 1960s, we see the formation of Intel and AMD coming out of Fairchild Semiconductor, and likewise innovation in the financial sector with the first of the sole investor venture capital funds, Venrock, founded by the Rockefeller family. And so we can see this pairing of financial innovation in the way we get funds into startups along with the technology advancement. In the 1970s, we see the dawn of software systems. We also see the dawn of the first set of venture capitalists who come out of entrepreneurial backgrounds, specifically Gene Kleiner coming out of Intel and starting Kleiner Perkins. This is incredibly important and is still a hallmark of the success of Silicon Valley today. When founders make a great deal of money, they reinvest it in that the money stays to drive forward innovation and growth. And that's an incredibly important part. You keep the mentorship and you keep the financial resources driving forward. We also see, once again, innovation on the policy side with what's called ERISA, the Employee Retirement and Insurance Securities Act in the United States, which allows pension funds and insurance companies with large institutional portfolios to begin investing in venture. In 1980, we see Apple's IPO, 300 millionaires overnight, and those millionaires founding the basis of so many of today's most successful Silicon Valley firms in terms of venture. So that money stays in the ecosystem. Back to technology, early 1990s, the Netscape moment. Offering a product for free, but creating a business model that was going to make money off of someone else, right? Your customer and your user were potentially different. And of course, while today this seems obvious, because it is the entire basis of Google's AdWords and Yahoo search and many of today's most successful Silicon Valley companies, that was true both technological and business model innovation. And that was accompanied by financial innovation in newer players like Benchmark Capital and Lightspeed Venture Partners that looked at new ways of trying to evaluate and support new business models for investment rather than just simply hardware or software. Fast forward to the mid-2000s, it was all SaaS and social. And that was reflected in new super seeds that were smaller in nature because it didn't take as much money to start a social network or some of these other network-based startups. And so we see this pairing of technological innovation and financial innovation all coming together. In the 2010s, it was all disruption of the old guard. Find a big old industry and try to disrupt it, whether that was Uber with taxis, Tesla with automotive companies, SolarCity with utilities, Airbnb with hotels, or WhatsApp with telcos. And we also saw disruption of the old guard in terms of investing in venture. With accelerators like 500 and Y Combinator, new structures of joint venture partnerships like Andreessen Horowitz, Founders Fund, keeping money once again in the Valley, CVC like Intel and Google Ventures, Kickstarter, crowdfunding campaigns, and then even universities getting into the mix like StartX here at Stanford. And going forward, what we do realize is that every ecosystem, including Silicon Valley, will have to consistently grow and change. It will develop, it will crash, and it will have to recreate itself. That is the way innovation works. The only constant is change. We just simply have to learn how to manage it. So what are the basic lessons that we think exist around the formation of the Valley? Well, the first is a civil law foundation of non-compete, allowing folks to move fluidly from one organization to the next for knowledge sharing, but not for theft of IP. Strong academic institutions with ties to industry, that includes academia and government labs. And once again, they're closely tied to industry, solving very industry-focused problems, still doing high-level research, but focused on industry problems. And they create this foundation of excellence and this foundation of advancement throughout the roller coaster of ups and downs that will accompany any innovation ecosystem. You end up creating a very powerful intellectual property machine. But the key is transferring that technology, not simply sitting on it. This is all fueled by a non-traditional source of high-risk capital, specifically venture, right? That understands that a lot of that investment will indeed be lost. That's not inefficiency. It's risk-taking. A culture that accepts and understands failure and realizes that it may not be until your second, third, or fourth startup that you really start to know what you're doing. And relies on my next topic, the economics of regional clustering, which is the economic foundation by which these types of ecosystems succeed. So what do we mean when we say the economics of regional clustering? Well, regional clustering is not a new idea. In many regards, it harkens back to Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations, right? In that as you start to cluster together and share resources, you will affect costs. So for example, if we have startups in a common geographic area coming together, they will indeed leverage common infrastructure, whether that's ICT infrastructure or other infrastructure. As was mentioned in last presentation, specialized legal services and specialized accounting services. No startup needs a general counsel. They do need a good lawyer. No startup needs a CFO, but you do need a good accountant. A set of suppliers that indeed can provide support to a variety of startups, because no individual supplier can run a business only focused on one startup. It's just not a good enough customer. And finally, a labor pool that once again can fluidly move between all of these different organizations in order to make sure that all of the necessary work gets done. What this lends towards is a shared fixed cost of resources, because many of these resources have very high fixed costs to keep lawyers, to keep accountants, to keep infrastructure in that specific ecosystem. By sharing those fixed costs, if we think about the costs to the overall startup ecosystem, we have fixed and variable costs. Variable costs will always be variable. Fixed costs can come down when shared appropriately. And so we can reduce the cost of doing business here in the Valley from a startup ecosystem standpoint. And what that ultimately lends towards is a competitive advantage against every other ecosystem that's looking to compete with it by having that reduced cost of risk. So where are the opportunities, in my opinion, for smart city innovation? Well, if we look at the cost of risk throughout the technology development, the phases of technology development, this is closely related to the overall risk profile that we look to buy down as venture investors. We start with very high risk profiles around fundamental research, the kind of work that's done at universities and government labs. Huge technology risk. But then as we move through the development process, we buy down risk with every stage of investment. And this is where the smart city can become so important. By providing that shared fixed resource of technology, support of suppliers, of labor pools that are very knowledgeable in these areas, you can reduce the technological risk and the cost associated with it, reduce the market risk and the cost associated, and also potentially reduce the financial risk through appropriate financing and funding mechanisms and the costs associated with it. You bring down those costs and create a more competitive ecosystem than anywhere else in the world. That's what will attract founders. Founders go where they can have the greatest likelihood for success. Investors will follow them. This is how you build an ecosystem. And so the opportunities revolve around providing critical infrastructure in smart cities that can directly be tied to customer profile data and user data, tremendous amounts of data which can be leveraged across many startups in order to allow startups to grow faster and target their best customers. Also, providing a regulatory sandbox and an infrastructure sandbox in which these types of startups can test products and interface with customers, demonstrate traction, and reduce that risk. Providing specialized legal services and ways to get into the regulatory sandbox in an easier and more fluid way. And providing specialized accounting services, new ways to track customers and to track revenue and impact. Attracting product suppliers that provide a variety of supplies and a variety of resources to startups in the ecosystem by creating that sort of economic cluster. And finally, attracting high quality labor pools. That's the most important thing that every single startup in an innovation ecosystem needs. And smart cities, by virtue of their attractive nature for young, intelligent, upward mobility professionals, can attract high quality labor pools that can be used to drive forward these types of systems. So that's what I think are the most interesting opportunities associated with smart cities and ecosystems like Silicon Valley and what's being created in Songdo. So I would like to end by referencing a number of researchers from our center in Korea who are currently at the event today. If you're interested in learning more about the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus right there in Songdo, please reach out to them or visit our website at korea.stanford.edu. Thank you so much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you for your great talk, Michael. Michael, you are in Songdo, right?
So I am actually sitting on the Stanford main campus right now.
All right.
While our center is in Songdo and our managing director is indeed sitting in Songdo. She's heading down to Daejeon tomorrow to meet with folks at Moti. I'm currently sitting here because I have to teach class this quarter. And so that's something professors have to do from time to time.
All right. So we are actually, sitting quite, close by. We are everyone actually in Songdo. I have a couple of questions for your talk. Actually, you mentioned a lot of, the essence and important component for the what is, success, history of the Silicon Valley, right? So we have a lot of, information about it. So please tell us. Please simplify, probably key component why Silicon Valley succeed.
So I think it comes down to three components. The first is high-risk capital. You need to have high-risk capital that comes into the market. And that high-risk capital is attracted by a few different things, but you need to have that high-risk capital. The second is founders and other parts of the labor. That's what will attract the capital to some extent. The third is exits. And this is something that often mentioned in many different comments about ecosystems. Without exits, there's no reason for founders to go to the ecosystem. There's no reason for investors. Venture capital is a cash-on-cash business. And so unless there is a significant opportunity for exit, you will see very few entrants. That's one of the important things about the Silicon Valley ecosystem. We have large corporations here that, while Sammy said, they're very good customers and very good partners at early stage, one of the most important things they do is spend billions of dollars a year on M&A. The vast majority of startups do not go IPO, all M&A. And so unless you have large corporations that are willing to commit to M&A, there's no reason for founders to go to the ecosystem. What's my end game? There's no reason for investors to go to the ecosystem. These are rational individuals who want to see an end game on a very risky investment. And so if you're going to take the risk, you have to understand where the payoff will come from. And so I think it's those three things that come into play. One, investors that want to come in and see that end game. Two, that understand that yes, many things fail, and so therefore the exits have to be large. And three, the exits have to be there, and those come from large corporates that are willing to innovate through M&A and partner and do many other things along the way. And yes, Prem and Sammy, those coming from Google, they know that this is a lot of what large tech firms like Google, like Meta, like Apple, this is what they do. And this is much of the service they provide. Well, those are the three things I would say are most important.
All right. So we have to keep focus on those three things for making growth for like a Silicon Valley, right? But actually, as far as I know, actually Korea, actually the Silicon Valley is kind of long-term role model for the Korean actually innovation startup, because the Silicon Valley has a lot of successful story. So so far, our government or many players in Korea actually try to copy your successful recipe to repeat it actually in Korea. But it's not that work, because many things have failed. So we actually realize the copy or the try make a similar thing is not the answer. So we have to build our own actually the competitive ecosystem. So I would like to ask one more question about your lesson. I mean, the Silicon Valley actually grew actually long time, right? So probably you have a lot of try and fail. So you have a lot of failure story. So could you share a couple of the key lessons while during your Silicon Valley actually growth? You have a lot of failures. So what is the lesson from failure? What is the trial and errors from your side?
Yeah. So if we think about that history of Silicon Valley, and I very often I get the question of where will the next Silicon Valley be? And I think that's somewhat naive, in that it makes it seem as though Valley is this never-changing ecosystem that was created at one point and just keeps going, when in fact it has recreated itself in very violent and dramatic ways, with large crashes in between. So the thing that I think is a key lesson around failure is the importance of the network that gets formed in the ecosystem. When we talk about founders and investors, we're talking to a great deal of extent around trust. And this is why the geographic nature of ecosystems is so important. Geographic proximity can be important for trust building. The reason Silicon Valley was able to come back time and again after crash after crash after crash was because you had a close network of all of the folks that Sammy had talked about. All of those folks around the entrepreneurs knew one another, trusted one another, and they knew they had built it once and they could build it again. And so that's the lesson you have from all of these failures. It's not that any one failure results in some great lesson. It's that failure after failure train an ecosystem to trust one another. And that, yes, over time, all will grow. And I think that was one of the great things that Sammy's point of all of the players on the ecosystem focused on the entrepreneur really brings to light, and why that's such an important part of any kind of ecosystem, and why I think the smart city ecosystem can be so important, because it provides that technological foundation and focus for everyone to look inward and build great things.
All right, all right. It's quite insightful. Thank you for your answer. So now we're gonna do a group discussion for all these speakers. Please come to join us for the stage to have a group conversation. So I thank you. First of all, thank you for the presenting your great insight and experience for us. And we have 12 minutes, so we would like to cover a couple of questions for all of you. So, can we see? No, yes. So, okay. All right. So now we have all three speakers on screen. So, thanks again, the Prem, Sammy, and Michael. So you share the great, the talks and experience, and it is very helpful for cultivating, the Korean startup innovative ecosystem. So we have a couple of common questions for all of you. So first of all, actually you guys mentioned the recipe for the core element for the smart city or ecosystem. So I would like to ask a question about what is the most important, the factors or the principles to make a successful or sustainable the ecosystem of the smart city in a nutshell. From Prem, please.
So you're asking what would be the most successful element that would allow for a successful ecosystem inside a city. And so, to me, what's going to probably change the tide in that is private sector innovation will not be enough, in my opinion, to move that forward. You need private sector innovation along with some amount of government funding to kickstart an ecosystem in the right direction. I think, Mike talked a bit about some of the previous amounts of research that were done that funded Silicon Valley fundamentally, whether it was defense research or so on and so forth in the past. You see that in cities, even New York City was founded upon the financial and banking system in the United States. And so you see a lot of initial started funding by government agencies. I think in the US, you're looking at a large infrastructure bill, and coming out of COVID, most nations are looking at some form of government funding to jumpstart many of these ecosystems. And I think if you look at, the question you asked about where the next Silicon Valley would be that Mike referred to earlier, I look at where we have kind of global cities, each facing unique challenges, and each of them have an opportunity now to jumpstart their own unique internal innovation engines with some amount of government funding to take care of that risk gap that exists today, to show that a market in this space is possible. So that's my 2 cents. Mike, you're the expert though. Tell me if I'm barking up the right tree.
Thanks. What about Sammy?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Prem on this one. Actually, I do find that at the very earliest stages, and I thought Mike did a great job of showing this in a timeline, there needs to be that influence that comes from Silicon Valley, from the policy side. And so in Silicon Valley, you had the civil code change and remove the non-compete clause. And that enabled the ecosystem. When I think about at a very early stage, obviously just one component, but an important component. And if I think about the smart city ecosystem, we're talking about an industry that's highly regulated from so many different dimensions. And Mike mentioned something very important is a concept of what we call regulatory sandboxes. Now, this is where a policymaker can make a safe space for innovation, right? With the knowledge that, within certain boundaries, we're going to accept failure, right? And so, and then make it lucrative, as Prem had mentioned, with subsidies or financial incentives. So it's really important, I think, in this sector in particular, that the government takes a proactive approach to make.
So, in this highly regulated space, without a doubt, having that sort of freedom to innovate is going to be very important. And so the regulatory pieces are without a doubt important. I would say the other really important component is something that Korea has a very, very good advantage on international. A unbounded, enthusiastic group of super intelligent young people who are willing to break the mold. When I talk to students at Seoul National, at Yonsei, and at KAIST, and at Posttech, their creativity and their passion for solving real problems is amazing. And without great founders, it doesn't matter how good your policy is. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how good the ecosystem you think you've created is, because you need amazing founders to lead that ecosystem. When we teach venture capital, we have this framework of 6 things you're supposed to look for. And I very jokingly say, the first one is team. The second one is team. The third one is team. Great teams will figure out even a mediocre product. Mediocre teams will mess up the best ideas. And so with great founders and amazing young people, you will build. This is something that South Korea has a tremendous advantage of because of the tremendous academic institutions it has and the outlook it has on the future. So in many regards, you have the necessary resources, you have the necessary secret sauce. It just has to come together in the right way.
All right, thank you. So due to your actually the connection quality is a little bit unstable. So by the way, actually, your thought is great, very insightful. So we don't have enough time because time is run out of. So I would like to ask one last question for all of you. So 1 minute, probably 30 seconds for the closing comment for all of you. Actually, the everybody actually mentioned collaboration, teamwork, failure, ecosystem, and also the role of the government actually as like an architect. So Korea, actually government is doing a lot. They do a lot of support and they spend a lot of money for making, to make a great, ecosystem. But frankly, we are not good at making collaboration platform. We are not good at making, the real, open collaboration, environment. So please share your last comment, how to make that happen. When we can, collaborate together from, Canada, from US, from actually, other countries. So please tell us your last closing comment for Korea. From Michael.
Don't worry, I'll be quick. Investors like to talk a lot. I can't give you the best answer, but what I can say is collaboration when interests are aligned. Don't think about it from your side to say, what do we need to do to collaborate with you? Think about what would you collaborate with us on? And if interests are aligned where everyone does better, collaboration will follow. That's what we see in the Valley endlessly. When everybody wins, you see collaboration. Everyone wants a slice of watermelon. No one wants a whole grape. Collaboration happens, everyone's interests are aligned, and that's the way you should think of it.
Thank you for quick but essence answer. Okay, Sammy.
I love Mike's answer there. I would just add that having ecosystem builders, as you described before, this could be universities, incubators, accelerators, where the incentives are aligned, as Mike mentioned, ensuring that they are playing their role in bringing together the different actors in an ecosystem is so important. It's one of the reasons why we prioritized having an accelerator that wouldn't take equity so that we could also work alongside investors. We're not competing with venture capitals. We think about it from a very long-term perspective in terms of success for us in the ecosystem. And so our full focus would be on the success of the startups and the founders and those ecosystems. And having partnerships like we have with Square Bridge and connecting that to our global network of partners, I think that that's one role that organizations and programs like accelerators and incubators can play to help solve the problem you're mentioning, to make sure Korea is very well connected, not just within their ecosystem, but with the global ecosystem as well.
All right, thank you. So last comment from Prem.
I'll give two answers, and they're different answers. The first one is marketing. Fundamentally, if you look at anybody who goes to Stanford or has ever touched foot in Silicon Valley, they all have the dream that one day they will be a Larry Page or a Tim Cook or someone on that level. And it is that kind of that dream that drives a lot of the innovation and risk taking. And that a lot of that is the marketing, because the majority of startups are not successful. And yet everyone still plunges headfirst into that game because there's a belief that you might be successful. So social mobility, that ability to believe that you have a shot at it, is a really important piece of this puzzle from a marketing perspective. And secondly, I will call out that I think we sometimes also ignore how much the built environment affects that, right? How much are we creating those random interactions that occur? Why is it that college campuses are these places where that happens? Because you get people from different walks of life bumping into one another, having coffee together, having conversations on napkins that lead to that collaboration and those ideas. And so are you building our cities of the future to be insular spaces where I'm meant to stay inside at all times? Are you building them where they're open spaces where I'm meant to spend more time looking outward, wanting to interact with others, and wanting to actually meet more people from different walks of life? So I think these are two things from very different ends that I think can really help increase that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So thank you for sharing your great insight and experience as urban innovators and corporate accelerator and also the academic reader. So it would be very helpful for the audience for watching this session. So I really sorry for the meeting you guys in person, not able to meeting you guys in person because of COVID. So I wish we could together sometime sooner in the future. So stay safe and stay strong, and also we can gather next time in Songdo again. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please give a big applause to our best speakers from all over the world. Thank you. Thank you, Prem. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Michael. All right, it's time to wrap up the first session. So it's time's almost up. So now, thanks to the participating, the distinguished speakers from all over the world, we have a very great insight from first session. 네, 이로써 퍼스트 세션을 마치.
That wraps up the first session, and the second session will start at 1 p.m. in Korean Standard Time. And we'll have a lunch break, and we'll come back here for session 2 in the afternoon. Thank you.
스타트업 당선자 기회 스톱.
성공보다 실패가 더 많을 거예요. 하지만 누군가는 당신의 도전이 멈추지 않도록 응원할 거예요. 용감한 도전이 이어지는 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the brave thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
신입 발표 면접 시작하겠습니다.
우리 회사에 들어와 주신다면 업무만 생각하세요. 성적만 생각하세요.
핵심 타겟인 MZ
성별 때문에 다른 무엇 때문에도 능력이 가려지거나 기회를 놓치게 하지 않을 거예요.
누구나 공정하게 성장하는 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the fair thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
일회용 컵 대신 텀블러를 쓰고 탄소 배출 대신 자전거를 타고 기후 변화를 멈추기 위해 당신만 노력하게 두지 않을 거예요. 탄소 배출 제로의 원더풀 월드를 위해
Do the green thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
왜 일회용품 쓰는 것이 망설여질까요? 왜 청년들의 도전이 성공하길 응원할까요? 왜 기회를 갖지 못하는 사람들의 이야기에 마음이 쓰일까요? 우리는 모두 마음으로 옳은 일이 무엇인지 알기 때문입니다. 모두가 그 마음을 따라 행동한다면 정말 멋진 세상을 만들 수 있다는 것도.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
스타트업
안녕하세요, 2호의 태용입니다. 이번 영상에서는 2021 신한스퀘어 브릿지 스타트업 컨퍼런스의 주요 내용과 관전 포인트에 대해서 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 이번 2021 신한스퀘어 브릿지 스타트업 컨퍼런스는 오는 11월 2일 화요일에 스마트시티를 주제로 신한스퀘어 브릿지 인천에서, 그리고 11월 4일 목요일 신한스퀘어 브릿지 서울에서 메타버스를 주제로 양일간 진행된다고 하는데요. 연사 라인업이 어마어마합니다. 주요 내용 한번 살펴보도록 하죠. 첫 번째 주제는 메타버스입니다. 뭐만 하면 메타버스라고 하고, 가상 오피스 들어가면 메타버스고, 게더타운 같은 데서 회의를 하면 우리 회사는 메타버스 문화가 있고, 2021년에 메타버스가 화제가 됐지만 너무 이 메타버스 용어가 남발하면서 메타버스 그거 그냥 게임 같은 거 아니냐, 용어에 대한 피로도도 살짝 있었는데요. 현재의 메타버스를 기준으로 봤을 때 이런 피드백은 맞을 수도 있지만, 현재 일선에서 뛰고 있는 창업가, 그 분야에 돈을 넣는 투자자들의 생각은 약간 다릅니다. 메타버스가 언제부터 시작됐냐에 대해서는 사람마다 좀 다른 생각을 갖고 있지만, 인간은 굉장히 예전부터 현실 세계에서 충족하지 못하는 무언가, 욕망, 자유 이런 것들을 추구해왔고, 컴퓨터, 인터넷 기술이 발견된 이후로는 공학도들은 메타버스라는 용어가 없었을 뿐이지 현실을 증강한다든지 아니면 현실을 초월하는 세계를 만드는데 로망을 꿈꿔왔고, 거의 100여 년에 거쳐서 기술을 개발을 해왔습니다. 메타버스 세션에 나오는 연사 중에 한 분 소개를 드릴게요. 매튜 볼이라는 분인데, 메타버스 ETF의 최초 설립자이자 실리콘밸리의 투자자이기도 한데요. 이분은 2020년에 블로그를 통해서 메타버스에 대한 7가지 기준을 제시를 했어요. 이 글을 가지고 이건 메타버스고 이건 좀 아쉽고 이런 한번 판단해 보시면 재밌을 것 같은데, 메타버스는 영속적이다. 메타버스에서 일어나는 일은 모두에게 동시에 살아있는 사건으로 발생한다. 메타버스에서는 동시 사용자에 대한 제한 없이 각 사용자에게 개별적인 존재감을 제공한다. 메타버스에서는 완전한 경제가 작동한다. 디지털과 물리적인 세계, 프라이빗과 네트워크 세계에서의 경험, 개방 및 폐쇄 플랫폼의 경험을 아우른다 등등이 있는데, 메타버스에 대해 간단히 요약해보자면 현실 세계를 초월하는, 현실 세계를 대체할 수 있는 세계가 메타버스라고 볼 수 있겠죠. 이런 걸 보면 지금 메타버스가 핫하긴 하지만, 그리고 기술이 이런 세계를 향해 달려가고는 있지만, 이 조건에 부합하는 메타버스가 나오기까지는 시간이 조금 걸릴 것 같다라는 생각은 들어요. 결국 인류, 기술이 메타버스를 향한다는 것은 현실 세계처럼 작동하지만 현실 세계에서 충족하지 못하는 욕구를 만족시키기 위해서 최근에 가상 오피스, 버추얼 휴먼, 가상 자산을 관리하는 코인, NFT, 가상세계 부동산, 새로운 형태의 앱스토어, 새로운 형태의 유저 제너레이티드 컨텐츠 플랫폼 등등이 떠오르는 게 좀 이해가 되는데요. 매튜 볼은 이 글을 2020년 1월 12일에 썼는데, 이 글을 쓰고 얼마 지나지 않아 메타버스 세상으로의 전환이 가속화되고 굉장히 화제가 되곤 했습니다. 매튜 볼은 본인은 8가지 섹터에 주목하면서 이 메타버스라는 시장에 대해서 관찰하고 또 주목한다고 했는데요. 하드웨어, 그리고 컴퓨팅 기술, 네트워킹, 그리고 가상 플랫폼들, 어떤 거래나 트랜잭션에 대한 도구나 기준들, 결제 기술, 컨텐츠 서비스, 자산 관리 등등, 이런 8가지 항목을 이제 관찰을 하면서 귀추를 주목하고 투자를 하고 있다고 합니다. 제가 느끼기에 메타버스는 어떤 하나의 테마 이런 식으로 해석을 한다기보다는 인류 또는 인터넷 기술이 발전하는 하나의 거대한 방향으로 이해하면 되지 않을까 라는 생각을 했어요. 마치 알파고 충격 이후, 그리고 다보스 포럼에서 4차 산업혁명이라는 유행어가 돌면서 한때 한 반년? 1년 정도 한국에서 이 용어를 되게 많이 썼지만, 지금은 이 용어를 많이 쓰지 않잖아요. 디지털 대전환, 모든 것이 디지털로 전환된다, 디지털로 빨려 들어간다, 이런 식으로 조금 더 이 패러다임을 잘 이해할 수 있는 뾰족한 용어로 재정의가 된 것 같은데, 제 생각에는 메타버스도 수년 내로 이런 조금 더 실용적인 용어로 대체되지 않을까 라는 생각을 해봅니다. 매튜 볼은 스타트업 투자 방향에 대한 인사이트와 메타버스 활용 전략에 대해서 11월 4일 오후 4시 20분부터 5시 10분까지 이어지는 세션에서 이야기를 나눠볼 예정입니다. 이 시대를 관통하는 통찰을 제시한 사람의 세션인 만큼 놓쳐선 안 되겠죠. 이 외에 이 메타버스를 이끌고 있는 엔비디아, 유니티의 중역, 그리고 메타버스 관련된 스타트업 대표님 등 메타버스 시대를 이끌어가는 주인공들이 나와서 스타트업 비즈니스를 위한 다양한 인사이트를 제공할 예정이니, 자세한 내용과 일정은 아래 하단 링크 참고해 주시면 되겠습니다. 다음 주제는 스마트 시티인데요. 제가 심시티 포함해서 롤러코스터 타이쿤, 문명 이런 세계를 직접 만드는 장르의 게임을 되게 좋아하는데, 심시티 하면은 초반에는 할 게 별로 없습니다. 시민들이 필요로 하는 걸 그냥 하나 둘 만들어주면 시민들이 행복해하고, 게임을 하면서 손이 바빠지기 시작하는 거는 거대 도시가 만들어지면서부터입니다. 인구가 너무 많아져서 옛날에 지어놓은 도로가 좁다고 하고, 옛날에 지어놓은 경찰서, 소방서로는 이제 충분한 인구들을 감당할 수 없으니까 더 지어달라고 하고, 범죄도 늘어나고 자연재해도 늘어나면서 그냥 짜증나면 이렇게 도시의 운석 떨어뜨려버리고 막 게임 종료하고 막 그런 적도 있는데요. 이처럼 거대 도시를 잘 운영하는 것은 비용도 많이 들고 굉장히 어려운 일인데요. 이 거대 도시와 관련된 문제점을 우리는 최근 겪었죠. 2020년에 한 지역에서 발생한 감염병이 인류 역사상 유례를 찾아볼 수 없을 정도로 순식간에 전파된 것은 현재 인류가 이용하는 초거대 도시 인프라, 교통 인프라 대비 방역, 위생 등의 체계가 약해서 그렇다는 이야기도 있습니다. 지금의 현대 기술로도 뭔가 채워지지 않는 극복해야 될 문제들을 마주하면서 스마트 시티라는 주제도 본격적으로 화두가 되기 시작했습니다. 이 스마트 시티의 역사를 살펴보면 2000년대에 접어들면서 디지털 시티라는 이름으로 전자전광판이 달리고 도시에 CCTV가 달리고 그러면서 이렇다 할 발전의 모습을 보여주지 못하다가 2010년대 중반부터 딥러닝과 컴퓨터 비전 기술이 급속도로 발전하면서 어쩌면 초거대 도시를 효율적으로 운영할 수도 있겠다라는 가능성이 보이면서 이 스마트 시티라는 담론이 나오게 됐습니다. 예전에는 그냥 횡단보도 60초 간격으로 깜빡깜빡이고 이런 식으로 운영이 됐다면은 지금은 교통 데이터들을 서로 주고받으면서 신호등들이 알아서 교통량에 따라서 따로 조정을 할 수도 있고 이런 가능성들이 열리기 시작한 거죠. 오는 11월 2일에는 스마트 시티를 주제로 신한금융그룹과 함께 스마트 시티 분야 스타트업을 육성하고 있는 구글 포 스타트업부터 스탠퍼드 사이드웍스 랩, 바르셀로나 시의회, IFEG, 스마트 시티를 선도하고 있는 산학연 리더뿐만 아니라 스마트 시티 분야에서 성장하고 있는 한국, 캐나다, 일본의 스타트업을 소개하는 자리가 마련되어 있습니다. 맛보기로 스마트 시티 스타트업으로 소개될 9와트라는 스타트업을 소개드리자면 이 회사는 최소한의 에너지 데이터로 에너지 맵을 통해 에너지를 진단해서 건물에 맞는 최적 요금제를 추적하고 건물 에너지 소비 패턴에 따른 계약 전력을 최적화하는 회사입니다. 예전에는 그냥 덥다고 느끼면 에어컨 틀고 춥다고 느끼면 난방 틀고 이랬잖아요. 이 회사는 건물에서 그것보다 더 쾌적한 삶을 살게 하면서 에너지를 덜 쓰는 법에 대해 연구하는 그런 회사라고 볼 수 있는데요. 정부에서 2025년부터 의무화하는 그린 리모델링 사업, 그리고 2030년까지 건물에서 발생하는 온실가스를 24.3% 감축해야 되는데 중요한 역할을 할 것으로 기대되는 빠르게 성장하고 있는 스타트업입니다. 스마트 시티와 관련된 스타트업은 약간은 이해하기 복잡한 부분이 있는데요. 당장 건물에 관한 문제만 해도 행정당국, 건설사, 전력 관련 공공기관, 기업 등과 협업을 해야 되고 스마트 시티로의 전환에 박차를 가하는 ESG 같은 흐름까지 생각을 해보면 국제 외교까지 생각해야 되는 이 컴플라이언스가 복잡한 비즈니스이기 때문에 협업과 대화가 필수입니다. 스마트 시티 그거 정부에서 뭔가 ESG랑 엮어가지고 뭘 하려는 거 아니냐, 실체가 있는 거냐 라는 인식을 넘어서 11월 2일 화요일 스마트 시티 컨퍼런스에서는 스타트업과 스마트 시티와 관련된 이해 관계자들이 함께 성장할 수 있도록 기업, 전문 연구기관, 정부 단체, 스타트업들이 자신의 역할과 입장을 이야기하는 실질적이고 진솔한 이야기가 진행될 예정이라고 합니다. 끝으로 스타트업 컨퍼런스 하면 이벤트가 빠질 수가 없죠. 사전 참가 이벤트를 진행하고 있습니다. 무려 상품으로 오큘러스 퀘스트2, 에어팟 프로 등 푸짐한 경품이 준비되어 있다고 하는데요. 꼭 사전 신청하셔서 상품 타가시면 좋겠습니다. 오는 11월 2일과 11월 4일 메타버스와 스마트 시티를 주제로 양일간 펼쳐지는 2021 신한스퀘어 브릿지 스타트업 컨퍼런스 많은 참여 바랍니다.
스타트업 당선자기 위 스톱.
성공보다 실패가 더 많을 거예요. 하지만 누군가는 당신의 도전이 멈추지 않도록 응원할 거예요. 용감한 도전이 이어지는 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the brave thing, do the right thing for a wonderful world.
왜 일회용품 쓰는 것이 망설여질까요? 왜 청년들의 도전이 성공하길 응원할까요? 왜 기회를 갖지 못하는 사람들의 이야기에 마음이 쓰일까요? 우리는 모두 마음으로 옳은 일이 무엇인지 알기 때문입니다. 모두가 그 마음을 따라 행동한다면 정말 멋진 세상을 만들 수 있다는 것도.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
네,
Thank you. Welcome to 2021 ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon Startup Conference, titled as the Connect 2021. Let's resume the second session. Welcome again to the conference. In the afternoon, we are going to share best practices of smart cities with some insights and challenges we can discuss further. In session 2, the topic is smart growth in smart cities, and we have representatives from Quebec in Canada, Incheon, and Barcelona, Spain. They are going to share their urban issues and achievements. So please stay tuned for the further discussion and insights. As mentioned before, we are joined by audience on YouTube as well. This conference is being broadcasted on YouTube real time, and the simultaneous interpretation service is available for you in Korean and English. And we have some live event on YouTube with great prizes. ShinhanSquare Bridge members are sponsoring the gifts for the lucky draw. So please stay tuned until the end of the event. Let us begin the session 2. I would like to introduce the first speaker from Quebec in Canada. I would like to introduce Andrew Lim, the Research and Innovation Attaché of the Government of Quebec in Seoul. Let's give a big round of applause to Andrew Lim.
Well, hello everyone, my name is Andrew. So before I begin, I will do a quick introduction in French because Quebec, the official language is French. Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Andrew. Je travaille pour le gouvernement de Québec. Hello, my name is Andrew. I work for the government of Quebec as a research and innovation attaché. And today I will talk about Quebec smart city cases. But before that, I'll give you a bit of an introduction on Canada, obviously, because Quebec is part of Canada. And we'll dive into Quebec smart city cases as well as the importance of data and ecosystems. So this is a table of content. As I mentioned, I will talk about Canada because Quebec is still part of Canada. And then I'll talk about Quebec in brief. I do have a quick introductory video as well. And I'll talk about requirements of a smart city, the cases, and some programs that we do to support startups in smart cities. So basic facts about Canada. I think most people, when we hear about Canada, people probably think maple syrup or polar bears or Rocky Mountain. But actually, Canada has those things, but we do have a great tech and smart city sector as well. But before that, I'll just go with the basics. Population, Canada has around 37 million people. From what I know, Korea, I think 2020 census, they mentioned we have around, in Korea, 53 million. So obviously, the population of Korea is higher. But conversely, the area, this is where there's a lot of big difference. In terms of the area, in Canada, we have around 10 million square kilometers, which is around about a lot bigger than Korea, because Korea is 100,000. So Canada indeed is a big country. I think most people know that. And I'll give you some more interesting facts as well. In how many Koreans in Canada? Some people are probably curious. We have around 160,000 ethnic Koreans living in Canada, which is very big actually. Conversely, Canadians in Korea, there's around 27,000. Obviously, this is before Corona times, so maybe it's a bit less. Obviously, I am one of those Canadians of the 27,000. And in Canada, there are 2 official languages, English and French. And Quebec is the French-speaking region of Canada. So as you can see from the presentation, everything publicly available is listed in English and French, as you could see from the nutrition facts. And just to give you a background, Canada and Korea signed an FTA around 2000, I think it was ratified in 2016-ish. So, and in second part of the FTA, there was a science, technology, and innovation agreement between Canada and Korea, and that's part of the reason I am here today. Canada and Korea shares a lot of the innovation ecosystems, the technology, the companies, so it was only the right thing to do these agreements, and therefore, I represent that kind of work in research and innovation. Also, interestingly, international students. I'm sure there's quite a bit of you who heard a lot of Koreans go to Canada to study. And as you can see from this chart, Korea is the 3rd largest international student population in Canada, which is very big. I mean, there's more Koreans than people from France. So there's a lot of, I guess, exchanges going on between the 2 countries. And you guys probably know in Canada, we value multiculturalism. There's many different types of ethnicities in Canada. And I talk about this because in terms of innovation, ecosystem, technology, these things, diversity is a huge benefit. Brings different ideas from many different countries, cultures, and that's what makes Canada and Quebec very strong. Okay, so enough about Canada. Now I'll talk about Quebec, obviously, because I work for Quebec. I'll do this very quick introductory video. It's quite short, 1 minute, 40 seconds, so do bear with me.
Why invest in Quebec? Because here people ask you, how's it going? Even if they don't know you. And they can say it in a bunch of different languages. Because we know how to break the ice and warm hearts. And because if we can innovate when it comes to this, and that, and this too, then we've got what it takes to develop your ideas, even the wildest ones. 1/3 of R&D jobs in Canada are in Quebec. That makes us really resourceful. And because with the country's highest number of university graduates every year, we clearly have a skilled workforce that's ingenious enough to adapt as easily to snowstorms as to heat waves. Because with an advantageous tax regime and competitive operating costs, the potential for your ideas is wide open. As wide open as our natural spaces. Because only a few kilometers away from our major urban centers, you'll find thousands of freshwater lakes, forests, natural resources, and the markets of New York, Boston, Toronto, all accessible via our vast transportation network that is diverse. As diverse as the 1.4 billion consumers Quebec gives you access to. And because thanks to our 62 hydroelectric generating stations, our energy is 99% clean. We even have so much to sell, we're considered the battery of Northeast America. Now that's green, and it helps us build sustainable relationships. And that's why you should invest in Quebec. Let's do business together. When do we start?
Yeah, so that was the introductory video. Before I begin, when people hear about Quebec, in Korea, there was a drama called Dokkaebi or Goblin, and it's probably a longer name. Because of that, it was filmed actually in Quebec, and that kind of put Quebec on the map for Korean in the Korean mindset. Obviously, before people probably knew Quebec, but not that well, so that really helped. Just to give you background, yes, Quebec is technically a province, but in Canada, we practice what we call a federalism system. So basically, a lot of the provinces have a lot of autonomy. So Quebec, with its unique kind of nationalism, kind of its unique French culture, what we do is we have Quebec government offices abroad. So we have 33 government offices in 18 countries. Quite often, it's actually within the Canadian embassy, but sometimes not. So for example, the one in Seoul, we do have a pretty big team, much bigger than the other provinces in Canada. So we do have a separate office, but we work obviously closely with the Canadian government. And we have lots of offices to kind of help Quebec's interests. It could be companies, startups, culture, et cetera, and immigration as well. Just to give you a background, Quebec is a good place to do business with startups and everything because it is an economic hub. It's close to many of the key markets, I'm sure, like LA, Silicon Valley, New York, it's Toronto. Even from Montreal, you could technically drive to New York. It's a little bit far, takes around 6 to 8 hours, but in North American terms, that's very close actually. So yes, that's that. And because I do research and innovation, I just wanted to share this figure. Quebec is, as mentioned in the video, the research powerhouse of Canada. A big part of our GDP, Quebec GDP, goes into R&D, and therefore we do a lot of great stuff, which I'll mention very soon. So enough with the introductions. Now I'll talk about smart city. But before I begin talking about the specific cases, I want to talk about some of the requirements, like what do you need for a smart city? Not just tech, but what else? So I'll talk about data. I'm sure you guys heard of this a lot. Data is the new oil. Data has become a resource in various sectors, in ICT, AI, from CCTV, everything. And smart cities basically is using data, generally using data to resolve some urban issues using technology. So data is very important. If you want to resolve issues with traffic or whatnot, you need actual data. So that's that. And the role of government in data. Obviously, there's ways to collect it, but there is a very important role that government needs to play. Obviously, we need to have kind of an initiative for open data to publish the data in a trusted website with security, all that. But I think the biggest role the government needs to have, especially in a place like Korea, is data culture. I think Korea is one of the highest I guess, IT country in the world. I'm sure you've seen Bloomberg Innovation Index, smartphone penetration, 5G. I'm sure you've all seen that. So there's a lot of data to be had, CCTV, everything. But from the experience I've had here, and I've been living in Korea for about 10 years, the data culture, it's there, but it's not as streamlined as we wish, because there's so much data out there. There's so much data to use for traffic, for safety, all that. And yes, people do use it, but I think they could do it more, especially public sector, but also private sector as well. What I mean by data culture is, yes, we get the data, but how do we use it? And also having the habit of using the data in the first place. I think that the government has a lot of work cut off for them. Quebec as well, actually. So I think it's important for the government to kind of show data is important and how to use it, train them, et cetera, and obviously have a shared platform and talk about best practices so other citizens could learn and innovate from this data. So in terms of this data, what Quebec does is it has a data-driven participatory policy making. I guess many governments have this too, but Quebec really prides in itself in kind of consulting with the private sector, with many multiple stakeholders to see how data could be utilized, how to collect it, privacy issues, and also government priorities. Which sectors should we prioritize this year or in our 5-year plan? And to do that, we gather data, but also numerical, quantitative data, but also through consultation, through a stakeholder, through people, through meetings, through interviews. So that's one of the things we really pride on. We work with the people to see what they need and bring policies this way. And also, for smart cities, for smart city to truly develop, I really think the key is providing an exceptional quality of life. What I mean by that is for innovation, for people to work hard and do all the great tech stuff and use data and all that, the key is it has to be a place you really want to live. And this I really wanted to highlight. Montreal and Quebec, they've been doing this kind of policy for a long time to make sure the smartest, the brightest would like to stay. So one of the things we take pride on is something called a best student city. You probably heard of like QS Best Student Cities Index. I'm sure you've seen these, and often, mostly, well, not always, but almost always, Montreal comes out on the top. Why this is important is if you think about smart cities or innovation, usually it comes from perhaps younger people. They have the dynamism, they're impactful, they have great ideas. So if it's a best student city, maybe students from Korea or students from China, other places they come, they go to University of McGill or Montreal, whatnot, they graduate, and oftentimes they actually stay, which is very good. And they're the ones who will do the innovation, they're the ones who bring cool ideas from Korea, and they do smart cities, innovation, startups, all those great things. And what I mean by exceptional quality of life is not just air, those things count too, but what about generous family allowances or affordable childcare? Or I would say in Seoul or in Korea, affordable housing, things like that. So we have policies to kind of make sure the brightest or students or people who are well-versed in the tech sector stay in Montreal or Quebec and do work there. And obviously, through consultation, we do have this innovation strategy, as I think most governments do. These are some of the government priority areas that I'm working on, because that's innovation and research, and obviously smart city is one of them, as highlighted in red. But I think smart city is kind of almost everything, so that's fine. So these are some of the ecosystem that we pride in doing innovation and smart cities, but due to time, I'm not going to go through them too much. I will talk about the actual cases, because I'm sure many of you are probably interested. So this is a very interesting case. So in Montreal, there is a smart city program called BIXI, B-I-X-I. So BI comes from bicycle, and XI comes from taxi. And they put it together, and we call it BIXI. In Seoul, they have a similar program. In Seoul, it's called Tarungi. But what's really interesting is Montreal BIXI, we started this program back in like the 2000s. So what was very interesting is when the current Seoul mayor, he was also the mayor, I think in like 2008 or 9, he actually went to Montreal to benchmark BIXI, which eventually from all that learning and benchmarking became Tarungi today. So that's actually a very interesting connection between Montreal and Seoul. Actually, they're friendship cities too. So as you see, it has the app. It's some of them are electrical. So it helps a lot of the mobility in smart cities, reduce carbon footprint, all that great stuff. So, but I mean, this is quite common. So I'll skip that. Open data portal. I kind of mentioned it. This is very important for citizens to innovate or make informed decisions, or policymakers to make informed decisions. You need data, obviously. But specifically for open data portal, it gives citizens the access to public data it could be like traffic data, it could be market data, et cetera, or infractions. And through these, citizens could actually look at them and innovate, make apps, or maybe open up a store in a certain area because of these data. And I'll talk about some of these specific things that come from this data. But I think you guys probably are familiar with some of these things. So through Open Data Portal, with all the data, there's API and SDK. They provide all that stuff. And these are some of the apps that came through the Open Data Portal. I'm not going to talk about all of them. Like Mon Transit, that's quite obvious. I think many cities have these kind of applications. It tells you about the subway time, the bus time, gives you the most efficient route. Korea has something similar, like public neighbor maps or something. But there's one very interesting one I really like. It's called overspeeding. In Korea, I think you've heard of the app called SKT Map, right? That actually, very surprising, it's like a navigation app. But what's interesting in there is it actually tells you the speeding limit, the cameras or whatnot, so it allows people to slow down. This does not exist in Canada for several reasons. I'm not going to get into details. So there is a separate app to tell the citizens where to slow down. Because technically, slowing down in a certain area provides safety. So maybe they won't get ticketed, save money. Yes, maybe less tax revenue, but it actually may save lives. So we do have this kind of app. One more interesting one is called What's in Your Hood? I love this name. Hood means kind of like your neighborhood. It has a very catchy name. Basically, what this app does is, as you can see from the kind of the CSV data sheet, it collected a lot of the licenses, infractions, information about a certain neighborhood. So when a citizen, maybe they want to move to a new neighborhood, they could check out this map and see the crime rate, for example, or see if there was a restaurant that was closed due to hygienic reasons, et cetera, et cetera. So with this kind of information, you could choose your neighborhood, you could see some of the events there, you could see neighborhoods maybe you want to avoid, et cetera, et cetera. So those are some of the key examples that came from this open data portal. There's a lot more, but I'm not going to go through them. Of course, I have to talk about this. Everyone's doing this these days, COVID-19 vaccine app, and this definitely is a smart city field. In Quebec, it's called VaxiCode, for obvious reasons, vaccine and code. And in Quebec, I think it's still around 75% fully vaccinated. It's quite similar to what you see in many other countries. There's a QR code, et cetera. But what I really want to focus is this. One of the key drawbacks around the world, and Quebec as well, is data privacy. Maybe some people don't want to use this because, it'll show the government where they're going, what stores, all that kind of stuff. So people are quite reluctant sometimes. So what we did was through policy implementation consultation, what we did is we made sure that kind of data is not stored on the phone or the server. So basically what this does is checks the cloud to see if this person's vaccinated, and that's it. It doesn't even store information on if this person was at a certain restaurant. So this would encourage citizens who are a bit afraid of privacy concerns. They could actually still use this because they know, okay, data is not stored anywhere. So what Quebec government does is consult with as many people as possible to make sure there is no digital divide, so to say. So that's that. We don't have that much time, but basically I'll talk about an AI ecosystem in Quebec and Montreal because it's very world-renowned. There's famous professors, there's a great startups, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess due to time, I won't go through them too much, but these are some of the AI ecosystem enablers. One of the things is Montreal is Canada's university capital. Per capita, we have the most universities in Canada. There's lots of funding, there's a lot of, as I said, quality of life, so people stay, so there's a lot of great things going on. There's a booming startup ecosystem, but I won't go through them too much. And also, we have something called IVA, the Institute for Data Valorization. What this is, we put so much importance in data. Valorization means to bring up its value. So this institute basically, as the title mentions, it's an institute of thousands of scientists with many collaborative departments and academic partners and all that stuff. What they do is basically how to effectively use data is what their mission is. Obviously for privacy and all those great things. I don't think these things exist too much around the world, but Quebec specializes in AI and data and all that stuff. So we have this, and they do collaboration around the world, and we're collaborating with them as well. Yes, I'll go through this definitely because Quebec has a great AI ecosystem. These are the results. I mean, these are conglomerates and these are big company names. They come to Montreal and set up a research lab or collaboration or expand because Montreal and Quebec, it's an amazing place for smart cities, but AI especially as well. And you could see Samsung's there, Facebook, Google, there's also Huawei and Microsoft, et cetera, because it's very proven. So I'll skip a lot of these things. I don't have that much time. So And these are some research institutes that do kind of smart cities, but I'll skip those. And Montreal obviously has an urban innovation lab like many places. And yes, we do living labs as well. So I'll talk about some of the actual programs that I do right now that are open to startup. I did a partnership with La Piscine and Yangjae AI Hub. Maybe you've heard of them. They're in Seoul. It's basically like a startup exchange program. We're doing it actually as we speak. It's online for now, but we hope to have it offline. So that's that. I do some R&D programs with the federal government as well and Korea. So if startups are interested or institutes, companies are interested, they could apply and get some funding to do some research. And there's another R&D program that I also do as well with the National Research Foundation of Korea on advanced materials. So, and there's lots of trade missions. So that's basically it. I think that I ran out of time. Thank you so much for your time. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. 감사합니다. 네. 퀘벡을 가보고 싶은 마음이 막 부쩍 생기네요. 네.
I really want to visit Quebec. And as you mentioned before, I guess I really have to visit in the future. You have a lot of cases, but a lot of parts are shared among Quebec and Seoul, and you see a lot of cases through benchmarking, and this unique ecosystem is represented by Quebec, but then what other unique elements does Quebec have, and why is it that unique? I would like to ask you.
Actually, as you mentioned, there are a lot of similarities. A lot of governments and others, a lot of cities, companies do similar smart city projects. But what's truly unique about Quebec is its ecosystem, bringing people together, collaborating between multiple different stakeholders, from academia to international organizations, etc. So one example I want to give, it's not a smart city case per se, but it's the way we do joint research. For example, the research I mentioned with the National Research Foundation of Korea, and it's with the counterpart in Quebec, it's called Prima Quebec. They are also somewhat similar like the National Research Foundation of Korea in that they provide funding. So we had a joint partnership, and we had a call for applications for that is applicable to Korea and Quebec startups. But in general, when we do these joint research programs, what people would imagine is just one entity from Korea and one entity from Quebec partner up, and they do some joint project together, and they receive funding from the government. But what Quebec does is we make it mandatory that it's not just one-to-one, but for example, it has to be one private company from Korea, like a startup, plus a academia, like an institute. So these two partner up, and the Quebec side, Prima Quebec puts out the application, but it has to be a Quebec startup or a private company, plus a Quebec academia or institute. So technically, it's 4 people together. The reason we do this is, let's just say 2 institutes just do a joint research. Perhaps they will do good research, maybe they'll publish something, but perhaps it may not be commercialized. The key to real innovation, we feel, is commercialization. There's competition, it's market validated, etc. So by putting a company and a research institute together, we ensure that this actually goes like very far, maybe prototype stage or even commercialization, which would mean job creation, etc., etc. So we put a lot of emphasis on collaborating with multiple stakeholders. But the bad thing about this is it takes a lot of time, because even just one stakeholder from Quebec and one from Korea, that could be difficult, especially during Corona times, because it's online and everything. But to do those 4 players together, to come together, do a partnership, come up with a topic, and write all the document, do everything, now that is difficult. But once the partnership is formed, generally the results are very good, because there is a company and an institute. So institute might do the research, do the admin work, give a lot of advice, and the startup will actually commercialize it, which would mean innovation. So yes, thank you.
네. 사실은 지금
Yes, you mentioned about some collaboration and incentive-based projects exist we do have those, but it's very difficult to implement actual projects, as you mentioned, and there are a lot of issues along the way, and depending on the perspectives. And what do you think made Quebec make such ecosystem? Any difficulties or how to overcome such difficulties until you reach the point of ideal ecosystem?
And so ecosystem, as I mentioned, is very important. As I kind of mentioned during the presentation, the key to providing a good ecosystem or creating a good ecosystem, obviously you need a lot of time, but a lot of involvement from multiple stakeholders. This means talking to them all the time and getting advice and doing proper research, checking all the data, and this takes a very long time. But because we do it in a very careful and strategic way, generally the result is actually very good. So that helps a lot. And I think Korea has this too, but Quebec also values associations. There's association or some kind of group for everything, for ecotech to IT companies to startups like Bonjour Montre Startup. They have an ecosystem of startups, et cetera, et cetera. They always try to bring people together through a lot of these associations and a lot of groups. And obviously, that's also good for Quebec and Canada because we could engage with these groups and then they would represent the actual members or companies involved. And this helps a lot in not only bringing everyone together, but also work for me because I could engage with these associations and showcase Korea's great innovation ecosystem, the market and startups to attract startups to come to Korea as well. So that helps a lot. But as I mentioned, the big challenge I have obviously now is Corona because deals and research and joint collaboration, it's hard even when you meet in person. You have to really build a relationship, the trust. You gotta go drink beer sometimes and really become buddies. But the biggest problem is obviously you can't do that during Corona time. So that was a big challenge. But still, through hard work and emails and lots of calls at night and in the morning because of the time difference, there is no overlapping business hours. So through all that, we were able to do some great work, but things are opening up. So I'm very looking forward to all the collaboration I could bring to Korea and also Incheon, ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon as well.
네, 감사합니다. 결국은
So at the end of the day, we need some time and we need to challenge ourselves for trust, building trust. That's what you explained, I believe. Canada is leading in science and technologies, especially AI, you mentioned. We had speakers from Google, and smart cities and ecosystem building require some roles of technology. And how come did Canada become a global leadership in artificial intelligence?
I was almost going to speak in Korean. So basically, he does have a good question. How did AI become a big thing in Quebec? So this goes way back. I mean, the usage of data and consultation, this kind of stuff is kind of embedded in Quebec culture and its policy. That helped kind of bring about this kind of IT transformation with data in the 2000s. We actually have a very famous professor. His name's Dr. Yoshua Benjo. He's actually the father of deep learning. So kind of before AI, there was deep learning because for AI to really work well, you need to learn from many different cases. It could be images, whatnot. And actually the father of this person, I think most AI scholars and people in AI know this name, Yoshua Benzo. He started this, and he's a professor right now at University of Montreal. And he's very involved in because if you're very famous, maybe you just want to sit back, but he's very involved in almost everything. Like startups, AI startups, he serves as an advisor. He's an advisor or a board member of many of the organization I mentioned, like Mila or Ivado. So he plays a big role in kind of setting the stage. He still does, but he did, especially back in the days when AI was in its infancy, because deep learning was the key to kind of precursor to AI. All the deep learning is still used. So that kind of brought about this kind of AI ecosystem. And as I also mentioned, the quality of life. people, they learn about AI in Quebec because it's a great place to learn, and they often stay because there's lots of government initiatives. It's a good place to live. People are friendly, multicultural. There's diverse things to do there, lots of events, etc. So what we do is we also work hard to attract, but also retain the talent as well, because they're the ones who will do all that cool tech stuff. So.
네, 진짜
A fundamental reason is still missing. I guess you try not to share too much, but still, I agree that long-term investment is important. I have more questions, but we can continue in our panel discussion time. Thank you very much. Let's give another big round of applause to Andrew Lim from the government of Quebec.
뵙도록 하겠습니다.
I'll see you again in panel discussion.
모시려고 합니다.
Now we're going to invite our second speaker, and our second speaker is from Incheon. He is a person who is playing a role in building an innovation ecosystem, and his name is Mr. Kim Jong-hwan from IFES. Please welcome Mr. Kim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Jong-hwan of IFES. I would like to talk to you about our smart city implementation plan, as well as what we are doing currently in regards to innovation and ecosystem. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk about this very important topic. I'm going to talk to you how IFES is trying to build a smart city, and how, what the backgrounds are to building the startup complex or park. And in order to help you to better understand my presentation, I would like to first talk about IFET's history when it comes to trying to build a smart city. IFET is a free economic zone that was designated here in Korea. So it is responsible for building a business environment and attracting foreign investors, and lay down the basis for businesses as well as residences. There are a total of 9 free economic zones here in Korea. And IFES has Songdo, Yeongjong, and Cheongna are the districts that IFES is currently building. We are trying to build industries within these districts. In Songdo, we're trying to build a biotech. And here in Yeongjong, with the international airport, we're trying to build a culture and leisure businesses. And in Cheongna, we're trying to develop it as a financial service district or a city. We are going to be conducting projects in the IFES up until 2030. And this is when we first began. And here, you are looking at what we look like. We are greenfield development project. We are building smart city-related facilities as well as roads, schools, and industrial sites. So we are, in a way, building a completely new city. And this year we are celebrating 18 years of IFES. We have created many jobs, and we have attracted many businesses, and we have attracted over 3,200 companies to move to Songdo, and we have also attracted over 14 international organizations, and we have received investment of about $13 billion. And we also have attracted a large biotech companies such as Samsung Biologics and Celltrions, and we have what's called the KO Biolab Research Institute. And so we have become a well-established biotech city, not just here in Korea, but also in Asia. Now, I'd like to talk to you about IFET's Smart City. We first began as a ubiquitous city. So it was called U City. In 2008, the Ministry of Land and Transportation and Infrastructure came up with the laws to build a ubiquitous city. And then in 2017, the law changed its name to Smart Cities Law. And after that, there have been many smart city projects in Korea, not just in Incheon and Songdo. And this is our Smart City Operations Center. And there are 3 cities within IFED, which is Yeongjong, Cheongna, and Songdo, and they are all controlled or operated from this center to make sure that these 3 cities or 3 districts are safe and have a good quality of life. There are 3 phases to smart city development. First is deployment infrastructure, and we have completed that. And since 2016, we have built operation centers for the smart cities. And up until 2030, we're going to be expanding or advancing smart city, and that's our phase 3. We have a startup park here, and we're going to be attracting smart startups to this park. And what's been developed by these startups, we want to deploy them to other parts of Korea. And we have a PPP model for the development of IFEDs. And to build and to operate smart cities, we need a lot of resources. And that is why we would like to have this public-private partnership. In 2012, we have established Incheon Smart City Corporation. And this corporation is responsible for the building, operation, and export of some components of the smart city. And we are also generating profits from our smart city projects. We have exported smart cities to Vietnam, to Peru. When I'm saying exported, it's more of exporting of our know-how, the platforms and the solutions. That's what I meant by when I said we have been exporting smart cities. So I have briefly talked about IFES and IFES's smart city development and milestones. And now I would like to talk about the projects that we have been doing with startups. First, here in Korea, IFES Smart City is assessed, as you can see here on this slide. Incheon is a leading smart city in Korea. And as I said, we have been a greenfield project. And that is why there have been some criticism that we have not been able to incorporate citizens' views or opinions in the plans for the smart city development. From a smart city, is it only about public services? What should we do in order to make sure that the smart city that we're building is truly sustainable, innovative, and also has main or leading businesses located here? Well, so in the public side, I think we're doing quite well. We provide quite good public services to the citizens, mainly the 5 public services. But I just said that we have not been receiving good scores when it comes to private services. We want to provide public the information owned by the public sector to the startups, so that startups can use that information to start their businesses. And we also want to provide this sort of information to the citizens and and so as to improve their quality of life. And we also want to be able to get the feedback from the citizens. And we have built Incheon Startup Park. we were designated as Startup Park last year, and we opened the Startup Park February this year. So we have two startup parks. So one is and the one that we are in is Incheon Startup Park 2. This is the location that we are at. Google and Shinhan are providing the support. And so a lot of support can be provided from the private sector if you are located at this startup park. And there are about 60 different spaces for entrepreneurs, and there are about 40 meeting rooms. And we also have places for demonstrations of technologies. We also have incubation, acceleration programs, as well as an export-related facility. And until last year, we have provided support to 210 companies. And as of last year, we have attracted about 14 billion Korean won of investment, and our investment revenue was about 18 billion won. And about 100 or so patents have been applied and registered. And one of our other projects is the Smart City Innovation Lab. And the lab is within the startup park. And the smart city resources owned by the public sector, such as the space, policies, and data and funding, are provided so that startup companies can demonstrate their smart city related technologies. And in that process, the startups will be able to create jobs for the people in the region. So we're not going to just set up this demonstration zones in IFED. So we're going to have such a demonstration zones within Incheon International Airport as well as Incheon Port. So we want to make Incheon, the whole city, as a test field or the demonstration field for the startups that are located in our park. And here you're looking at the system structure within the innovation lab. Of course, policies are important, but it's also very important that we do have a system to be able to support the startups. On the left-hand side, you're looking at IFE's Smart City platform. The data that have been collected will be measured here. And then there's also IFE's cloud service platform. So the companies here could utilize the computing power to to operate the AI programs and other programs. And so the startups companies can use this big data to develop the algorithms that they need in order to implement their programs. And we need support from academia as in the research centers. So with ED3 and NIFPA, so these are state-owned research centers. So we are cooperating with these research centers. In case of NIFPA, is now building the autonomous vehicle driving track. And so we're going to be opening this track to startups. So we're doing a research with ED3 on big data, and with Sejong, we're doing the big data related projects. And large companies are also providing spaces and ideas to startups to try to develop new technology and test the technologies that they have developed. And we are trying to build an ecosystem that includes not just the public sector and private sector, but also the citizens. And on the left-hand side, you see a company that is building distributed recharging system. Now this system is portable, and so the demonstration has been completed in the basement of Incheon Startup Park here. And in the middle, you're looking at an ocean floating debris or object collection robot. So that's something that one of our startups are currently working on. And on the right hand side, you're looking at the recycling robots. And these robots are now being deployed at our recycling center for the city of Seongdo. And so we are trying to build an ecosystem for the smart cities, but there are challenges that we need to overcome. One is related to laws and regulations. Even if the startups come up with the best solutions, but if there are laws and regulations that are blocking them, it's going to be very difficult to implement those solutions. And so what we are trying to set up is a regulatory sandbox. And we're trying to also reform the laws and regulations so that the startups can more freely try out and demonstrate their solutions. And also related to the demonstration governance. And the demonstration testing will be done in many different areas. And so the local communities and the local governments need to have the governance that can support these startup companies to demonstrate the technologies and the support they have. And financial support, this is of course very important because startups usually don't have sufficient fund. So we're trying to work with large companies so that we'll be able to provide the funding to these startups. I have so far talked about IFES as well as some of the projects that we are doing. So we, in the past, have been focusing on public services, and we have received rather good praises. But now, as I said, we want to include more of the private sector. And that effort is being implemented here at Incheon Startup Park. And so with the startups in these parks, we want to be able to try new things. We want to provide them more opportunities in order to not just to demonstrate their business, but also to make an exit. So thank you, Mr. Kim, for that presentation. So I think this was the first presentation that was made in Korean. That was much easier to understand. So for Koreans, Korean is much easier to understand. And about IFES, within IFES, there's Yeongjong, Cheongna, and Seongdo. So when I heard the names of these names, the first thing that came to my mind is the high-priced apartments. Well, these are new towns, and they are part of IFES. And of course, they have excellent living conditions. And in case of Seongdo, there are many international schools as well as parks. And I guess that's why the apartments in these cities are quite expensive. And so, yeah, I think he agreed that the apartment buildings or the apartments are expensive here. And if it's usually economic free zones have many incentives. In case of China, Shanghai, Zhuhai, and Shenzhen, well, those are they have the economic zones, and those economic zones have developed into large cities in China. And so, can you tell us what the status of the economic free zones are here in Korea, and what sort of preparations you're making for the future? When we first, our role model when we first began was Hong Kong and other free economic zones in China. There are 9 economic free zones in Korea in total. And among 9, well, most of the, we have received the most FDI, where there could be many reasons as to why we have been able to attract the most FDI among the economic free zones in Korea. But I think that one of the reasons that we have been able to do so is because we had a very clear-cut idea of what we wanted. what sort of industries that we wanted to develop. We wanted to develop, biotech and other cutting-edge industries, and because of COVID, economic free zones, not just in Korea but also in other countries, have not been able to make much progress in terms of receiving investment and developing industry. But I think we'll be able to do that more actively in the future. And the startup park is a part of the project that IFET is doing in terms of to build the smart cities. And IFET is paying a lot of attention to startups. And what are you trying to gain from supporting startups? I think I mentioned this in my presentation. We want to improve upon what we have been doing quite well, and also fix the things that we have not been doing well. And I believe that startups are probably the most innovative enterprises. So that, because we wanted to focus on innovation, we started focusing on startups. And of all these startups, we are paying special attention to startups related to smart cities. We want the startups to be able to try their solutions here in IFEDs. And we want these startups to become unicorns and be the role models for other startups in Korea. Well, we do have other questions, but I will save them for the panel discussion after we've heard the third presentation. Thank you, Mr. Kim.
마지막 세션. 네.
Sorry, let me introduce the last speaker. Do we have the last speaker? Okay, we will have first panel discussion before the last speaker. Let us have a panel discussion with the two previous speakers before we listen to the third speaker. Sorry for the confusion.
인천과 퀘벡.
So now we have representatives from Quebec and Incheon. After their presentations, let's have a 15 to 20-minute discussion before the next speaker. You heard each other's presentation. Maybe you may feel that we're better than them. So maybe I want to hear Quebec in terms of Incheon's perspective and Incheon in terms of Quebec's perspective. I heard Quebec is very popular and famous in terms of AI, and I know that Quebec has Google AI projects. Public-led projects are important, but at the same time, it's also crucial to get the private sector engaged. And I believe Quebec is a very good example for that. So in Songdo, Incheon, we also want to transit towards a genuine smart city. And hopefully we can stably move forward. And thanks to the effort of Quebec, may I speak Korean? He speaks excellent Korean. I don't know why he presented in English. Well, smart city has one great example called Songdo. I think Songdo started with the catchphrase of ubiquitous city, which gained a lot of international attention. And I was also paying attention when Songdo started to be developed. And every time a politician wants to grab attention, they visit Songdo. And because it's a great example of early stage of ubiquitous cities, well, there's no perfect smart city. Of course, Songdo has pros and cons, which Quebec can learn. So Songdo is a great example to illustrate the history of smart city. That's how I understand. Well, other than these two cities, many other cities pursue the goal of a smart city, and they try to create such environment and ecosystems. And maybe the values and competitiveness are probably reflected in their urban goals. I'm sure, even though you have something in common called a smart city, but I believe that your direction is slightly different. Maybe Quebec and Songdo has slightly different directions. Thank you very much for your comments. There's no answer to become smart city. What does that mean? Any models of smart cities may not work in other cities depending on environment, depending on residents, depending on policy directions. So there's no uniform answer for a ideal smart city. And I believe the best way is just to make the city efficient and effective. And as mentioned before, first, we are trying very hard to draw more investment in Songdo. We have government-designated economic zone. So it's important to create such environment, but at the same time, we have to play our role as a momentum for the national development for smart cities. Usually, those national developments started and initiated with larger companies, but now smart startups can play their roles, and to nurture such companies is what Songdo pursues. How about Quebec? Well, smart city also needs some technology, but there's a catchphrase called a livable city. It's for residents. Of course, technology, AI, and other benefits can work here, but based on benefits, let's say, it doesn't have to be technology, but well, on top of technology, we have to think of some human interaction and some different structure of cities where we can make it livable. And I briefly mentioned that in Quebec, we have lots of technologies, but there's some technologies that are not recognized by the rest of the world. And smart city and AI have much more technologies than you imagine in Quebec that are not promoted. So that's our job to promote further around the globe. And I'm sure Songdo knows about this, but living lab, right? So some Korean startups can come to Quebec and they can do some market validation along with some tests, and that's what we are trying to do to make our city livable.
There's a living lab within a soul. And the concept of living lab is a place to quickly test ideas. And Songdo has a demonstration platform as well as a regulation sandbox. And I think these are very similar to a living lab. But when it comes to regulation or regulatory sandbox, cannot be applied to all the industries. There could be limitations. So with living labs, try something really quickly and to prove and to demonstrate something, and so and create opportunities to the startups or the companies. And I think that's a very important or urgent task. And so, what are some of the challenges that you face here? And I think I mentioned this in my presentation already. We understand. I mean, we know that a living lab is needed, and we want to be able to implement living labs. But there are regulations and the laws that stand in the way of trying things that are innovative. And so, with TADA and so we do have such cases like TADA, who are able to be, who could not be, in business because of these regulations and the laws. And some startups, I mean, they could fail, and their failure could be proven during the demonstration phase. But their failures, I believe, could be the basis for the future success. And also, what we need is cooperation with different organizations. And in order to be able to cooperate with organization, I'm talking about the public organization here. We need to have these public organizations to look at innovation as something that is needed to truly bring about changes. And the city of Incheon, as well as IFED and the ShinhanSquare Bridge, are making a lot of efforts, but we do need to bring about changes in terms of the legal system, the regulations. And the way people look at innovation. And related to regulation, are there anything that IFED has done? Any cases that you can share with us? Well, when it comes to regulations and the legal systems, well, we are paying a lot of attention to that. So we do have a company within our regulatory sandbox that is doing work on DNA. And also related to smart cities, the Private Information Protection Act is is a bit of an issue. That act itself is not a bad one, because it is important that we do protect private data. But between innovation and regulation, we need to be able to strike a balance. So we are talking to the Ministry of Land and Transportation so that we will have a regulatory sandbox for the private information protection network. And so the DNA, this is not the DNA, the data network and artificial intelligence. And Quebec, through a lot of innovation, coordination, and communications, you've been able to come with these regulatory issues. Can you talk about that?
Well, if you look at the history of the collaboration in Quebec, well, Quebec is pretty unique among any other Canadian provinces. First, they have different language, and Quebec and its cities have their own solidarity, and they share certain sentiments, distinctively separated from the main provinces in Canada. And so the foundation, I don't know how to call it, maybe foundation and academia, some public organizations have a better bonding for more collaboration. I think we are absolutely outstanding compared to other provinces, because in North America there are some countries share languages of Spanish or English, but Quebec is very unique to have a certain language that is French, and we have a certain type of bonding. And of course we have some challenges, and if I can think of related to my work, well, it's changing these days, but startups in Quebec want to do some collaboration, but they mostly enter the US market or France because we speak French. So it's a less opportunity to have a collaboration with some Korean companies. I think personally that's my observation. So I want to tell my Korean colleagues that Korean startups are rising stars right now. Well, thanks to BTS and some K-pop cultures around the globe, but the K brand itself is being promoted widely in Korea, and people start to realize, oh, we have to talk to some creative industry companies in Korea because they're very good at it. So some companies in Quebec started to realize some rooms for collaboration with the Korean companies. Yeah, we're almost running out of a time before the next presentation, but I would like to add one more question before I move to the next presentation. So the trend now is that some cities can represent some characteristics of a country rather than the government level. So like Seoul can represent some elements of Korea instead of Korea as a nation. Well, megalopolis is a new term. So it is some sort of ally and association of multiple cities to create more urban values. And I think it's now a new concept as a cluster. Quebec and Songdo are far from each other, but maybe under one topic they are somehow united. And I'm curious about these new concepts and trends these days. That's a very good suggestion and advice. Going beyond the physical restrictions, we have some sister cities around the globe. But then companies should play their roles to be a bridge between these two different regions or two different parts. Maybe we don't share the same culture, but we can be bonded within one market. So even though we are far from each other physically, we can somehow create a common ground. We have great, outstanding startups in Korea, especially in bio, medicine, and medical devices. And I'm sure there are more possibilities and opportunities for these companies to enter market of Quebec. So somehow we can create some sort of a metropolitan cluster between Songdo and Quebec. How about between Quebec and Incheon, or some priority sectors are very similar, like a biotech, smart city, AI. These are some examples. Quebec recognized the importance, and we have a lot of budget and the projects going on. So there are some room for Quebec can do with the Songdo. Maybe Living Lab is one good example. And maybe some startup in Songdo wants to come to Quebec and do some test and do some market research in Quebec. And we can provide some support. And I think that's a good idea to have some sort of exchange between Quebec and Songdo. Maybe after this session, we need to have a further discussion. So hopefully this panel discussion paved the road for you for future opportunities. And I am sure we all share this idea. So that was a story of Quebec and Songdo. Now we can't miss Barcelona, where innovation comes. So smart city startup ecosystem is being created in Barcelona in a unique way. So now I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is Xavier Mayo, Head of City Promotion from Barcelona City Council. So I would like to hear the presentation by Mr. Mayo.
네, 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 영상 하나.
Well, first we would like to play the video before we invite Mr. Mayo.
신입 발표 면접 시작하겠습니다.
우리 회사에 들어와 주신다면 업무만 생각하세요. 성장만 생각하세요.
핵심 타겟인 MC
성별 때문에 다른 무엇 때문에도 능력이 가려지거나 기회를 놓치게 하지 않을 거예요.
누구나 공정하게 성장하는 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the fair thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.
일회용 컵 대신 텀블러를 쓰고 탄소 배출 대신 자전거를 타고 기후 변화를 멈추기 위해 당신만 노력하게 두지 않을 거예요. 탄소 배출 제로의 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the green thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.
왜 일회용품 쓰는 것이 망설여질까요? 왜 청년들의 도전이 성공하길 응원할까요? 왜 기회를 갖지 못하는 사람들의 이야기에 마음이 쓰일까요? 우리는 모두 마음으로 옳은 일이 무엇인지 알기 때문입니다. 모두가 그 마음을 따라 행동한다면 정말 멋진 세상을 만들 수 있다는 것도.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
일회용 컵 대신 텀블러를 쓰고 탄소 배출 대신 자전거를 타고 기후 변화를 멈추기 위해 당신만 노력하게 두지 않을 거예요. 탄소 배출 제로의 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the green thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.
네, 지금 바르셀로나에서 연결하려고 지금 하고 있는데 그쪽 그 마이크가 좀 문제가 있어서 지금 진행이 안 되고 있습니다. 그래서 잠깐 순서를 바꿔서
First, we are going to have some break until we are successfully connected to our speaker in Barcelona. Please stay tuned and wait after the break, and we'll come back soon. Thank you.
Hello?
네.
Let us have the last speaker. Thanks to the technical help, we would like to re-invite the next speaker, the case from Barcelona. Shared city and PAC city and other urban city functions are happening in Barcelona. And in smart city, there are a lot of cases of innovation. So we would like to hear more from Mr. Javier Mayo, Head of City Promotion of Barcelona City Council, by sharing some good examples and best practices of smart city in Barcelona. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Javier Mayo.
Hello? Wonderful. I think now you can hear me. I'm going to listen myself I'm going down a bit the volume. Okay, thank you very much for letting me have this window of opportunity. First of all, I say some excuse because I wasn't able to enter into previous panelists with my colleagues of Quebec and the example of Songo. It was wonderful to listen to them, and I hope I have a chance to speak to them in another moment or maybe a bit later in this conversation. First thing, thank you very much for the organizers of this The Connect 2021. It is we don't have so many opportunities to explain ourselves in front of this marvelous audience. So the first thing we wanted to say is thank you very much for the organizers of this event. Let me introduce myself. As this moderator said, I'm Xavier Mayo. I'm the head of International City Promotion. My duty within the council is to promote the city of Barcelona in order to attract economic activity, in order to attract companies, startups, professionals that come to Barcelona, foreign companies that come to Barcelona and create jobs. This is our mission, okay? And I think it's important to understand my speech if you keep in mind this mission, okay? First thing I wanted to say is about, I think it was the colleague of Songo asking about what is a smart city, okay? A smart city, first of all, it's a smart city is a label, something in which behind is like an umbrella, and under what a lot of things can be gathered, okay? And in my opinion, a smart city is something that needs to be aligned with the general mission of the council, and which can be this mission nowadays that we are having the C40 Glasgow meeting, that would be the sustainable development goal of the United Nations. So my feeling is that as smart city, first of all, needs to be in line with these goals of sustainability. It makes no sense to have a wonderful smart city, but these smart city projects not to be aligned with the smart development goals. Okay. My feeling is that all these projects to be developed needs not just from the innovation, the energy from startups, it needs as well the cooperation, one another. I mean, it was wonderful to listen to the presence of Quebec in the panel. We have already some projects with Quebec, and I think this is the line we need to go. We need to cooperate between different countries, between different cities. We have a very good relation with Montreal, and I think that this meeting that we are having today with Incheon can be one step in which we can go ahead with the cooperation, because it's obvious that sustainable development goals and included in these smart cities couldn't be accomplished without the cooperation of different partners. The second thing I wanted to tell you is about the ecosystem of Barcelona. I listened to the moderator about our innovative ecosystem. This is something we needed 30 years to accomplish. We have been working, for example, in the 22 Art Innovation District for 20 years, for example. Now we have a district within the city of Barcelona that has been able to create something like 93,000 jobs and 9,000 companies in 5 different clusters. It's important that innovation takes place within the cities. And we are happy that we have been pushing to have a place within the city that used to be industrial, and now it's becoming a perfect example, and it's becoming a magnet for technological and innovative companies from all over the world. And that means then that you need to have a place if you want to have a smart city, a place in which companies can come and companies can develop. And we have this place in 22 Art Innovation. Obviously, smart city is the whole city, not just a one district. So the other thing you need to have is that we did is just to enlarging to contaminating in the good sense, contaminating with the projects that are taking place in 22 Art Innovation District to take place in the rest of the city. And we did that having naming a smart city manager within the city of Barcelona. And there are many projects that have been tested previously in the 22 Art Innovation District, and then afterwards have been spread to the rest of the city. Another thing that in our case was needed to create the ecosystem of smart city companies was a long-term policy for startup creation. 30 years ago, we created Barcelona Activa, the place I'm speaking from. Barcelona Activa is the local development agency of Barcelona. When no one was speaking about entrepreneurship and no one was having an incubator, we were creating the glorious incubator, which is in front of me. It's a pity that you are not able to gather us. We have this incubator, but now after 30 years, we have more than 10 incubators and accelerator public schemes depending from Barcelona Activa. But creating an ecosystem is more than creating incubators or specific services. That's the reason why we pushed in Barcelona in order to all the tech ecosystem together in one company, which was called Tech Barcelona, and it's an association in which all the technological and smart city startups join together in order to help the city become a better smart city. And this is something that Tech Barcelona is an association that was created something like 7 or 8 years ago. Now they're main tier 1, and they gather there more than 100 startups. To give you a sense of the dimension, these 100 startups in tier 1 is just a small part of the 1,300 technological startups that are based in Barcelona. Okay? Why all these companies and startups come to Barcelona? Some of them are based in Barcelona and are being born here, and some of them, something like 20%, come from abroad. They come here mainly for 2 reasons. One is that in Barcelona, they're able to find the talent, technological talent that is available here. We have many initiatives in order to raise this local talent. And we have some initiatives as well in order to attract foreign talent, technological And this is the first main reason for all these technological startups to come to Barcelona, the technological talent that is available. And the other one is capital. If you are a startup, you want to have a market, and you need one main resource and scarce, which is talent, and the other is capital. And you here have many chances to raise your capital for scale your startup. And this would be the two main reasons I may think about Barcelona becoming your place for any of the smart city startups based in Incheon that are now in front of me. And the third reason I wanted to explain is visibility. I mean, if you are a startup, you need to have one place in which you can express yourself, you can show your products, you can show your services and your solutions. And I need to tell you that this place is Smart City Expo. It's an international fair taking place from 16th to 18th of November in Barcelona. And it's an international event in which smart city companies, smart city startups and scale-ups gather together in order to talk, in order to join with other startups. And the most important thing, to meet with international councils, municipalities, cities and villages from all over the world that are searching for solutions. Okay, so I may say that Smart City Expo is the perfect exposure moment for any startup that wants to meet with clients and partners. I have another example for visibility for Korean startups that want to enter into European markets through Barcelona. And it's that you may find an ally in the Barcelona City Council. And I have one perfect example. It's our openness with foreign companies. We receive real estate startups, Korean real estate startups that made a test in a mall which is in front of me. Three startups, Korean startups, made a test very recently, and I hope one of these startups may stay with us and may open an operation in Barcelona. All this, I need to tell you, that is based with some services we offer to foreign companies that are landing in the city of Barcelona. We, as a department within the council, we are open to listen to any startup that is willing to enter into the European market through Barcelona. And as well, we have a business landing service, which is it's a service that takes care of foreign companies from the first moment till they are completely established in the city of Barcelona, offering and cooperation services, connecting the foreign startups, and helping the company to find the right talent and connecting them to the venture capitalists and business angels based in the city of Barcelona, and so on and so forth. It's a one-stop shop. It's a services that we are very proud of, and we offer it to all the companies that are listening to me. This was basically what I wanted to explain to you. So we have a mission, just to sum up, we have a mission which I need to tell you that it needs to be, as a smart city, aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. We have an ecosystem in Barcelona which is mature, and it's a good ecosystem which is open to foreign companies. And the third and most important thing is that we are open to receive foreign and startups and Korean startups to the city of Barcelona, and we are ready to help. That would be the things I wanted to tell you, and we are open to the questions. And I don't know whether some open questions from the public. Thank you very much.
Thankfully, we were able to hear from Mr. Mayo, and due to the time limit, we are going to move on to session 3. In session 3, as mentioned, probably we have the most important mission, and through first and the second session, we try to draw bigger pictures, and in session 2 we just share some best practices of smart cities from Quebec in Canada, Songdo, Korea, and Barcelona in Spain. In session 3 now we have a topic called collective innovation for smart cities. And there are some startups who are planning to be a big part of ecosystem of smart cities, and we have 2 speakers from Korea and 2 entrepreneurs from overseas. So presentation will last for 10 minutes each, and after 4 presentation we will gather all panels for panel discussion. And after the presentation, in particular in session 3, we are going to invite 2 more panel discussants in order to share some comments and implication from presentations. Let me introduce the first presenter.
And our first presenter of session number 3 is going to be talking about carbon reduction through analysis of energy consumption pattern analysis within cities. We have Mr. Young-no Kim of 9 Watt. So please welcome Mr. Young-no Kim. Good afternoon. I'm Young-no Kim of 9 Watt. Well, what we are trying to do is reduce carbon emission, that is by reducing energy consumption. So in order the world is taking actions to reduce the temperature increase below 1.5 degrees. And Korea, along with Korea and Saudi Arabia, have been designated as so-called climate villains. France has, unfortunately, designated Korea as a villain when it comes to climate. Why is this? I mean, I think we need to think about why Korea is looked at as a villain when it comes to climate change in the world. Well, our goal target for reduction was about 24.4%, and so we were going to reduce by 24.4% of emission in 2030 compared to 2017. And the climate summit meetings, we have been asked. We have been under pressure to further reduce emissions, and that is why we have decided to reduce 40% of emissions instead of 24.4%. And so there are 3 ways to reduce carbon emission, and that is to reduce emissions from industry, buildings, and transportation. And here I'm going to talk about reduction of emissions from buildings. And that is what I would like to talk to you about today. So let's look at problems with buildings. Well, when it comes to industry and transportation, well, what we have to do, change is to change to renewable energy and electric vehicles. And so we should be able to, quantify. So with renewable energy and electric vehicle, it's quite easy to show with numbers, what progress has been made. However, that's not the case with buildings. Up to quantify carbon emission reduction from buildings. And there are limitations to the number of sensors that we can attach to buildings to show how much carbon reduction has taken place. And could we continue to convert to renewable energy for the buildings? But there are some issues with the renewable energy. There was a case in the UK where there was a abrupt stop to energy generation due to very weak wind. And if you do not have enough energy from renewable energy sources, then we would need power plant, that is a coal power plant or nuclear plants. But it takes a lot of money and time to restart coal plants or the nuclear power plants. And that is the problem that EU is currently facing. So rather than just focusing on supply and demand of the renewable energy, we have to think about efficiently using the energy that we currently have. And so that is why we have legalized, or that we have made into laws to more efficiently make use of energy. And to do that, we're trying to rebuild or remodel buildings. So what we need to be, so when it comes to buildings, we do not know if it's a system that we need or a facility or the equipment we need in order to reduce energy consumption. So we do need a system that can objectively tell us how efficiently we're using the energy within the buildings. So renewable energy systems, the facility systems, or energy reduction systems, but we don't know, in this, where these systems should be installed. And so these companies do promote their products, but it's just not enough for us to know what sort of systems to put into the buildings in order to have efficient consumption of energy within buildings. And up until now, it's been up to people to make decisions as to what systems to use for what type of buildings, so that there is efficient use of energy. But because people have been making those decisions, the decisions have not been consistent. And so that is why we have come up with the energy map. And that energy map is like a system that can objectively provide information as to what system should be used for what sort of buildings, and in order to achieve the target set. And of course, we have benchmarked other countries like Canada and the UK. And so that is the system that we have been trying to build, and you're currently looking at the system that we have built. So if you click on a building here within our system, we will be able to see what needs to be done for that building. And it also shows where our system has to be installed so that that building will be able to efficiently use the energy so that the building will ultimately be able to reduce the emissions. And also there has to be a way to monetize the result of the installation of the system. And now we are moving from 2D based system to the 3D system. We are currently testing our system within the test bed that has been provided by the Incheon and City and Shinhan Foundation. We are trying to make this testing bed or testing space a vertical system. And within this vertical system or space, we are trying to test our system. We do not collect private information. We only collect building information, which is public information in this test bed that we have. And with that data, we are trying to build a model. And if our consumer wants more information, and that is only when we would try to get additional information. And there are about 190,000 plants, and from there we have 9.1 million in data, and so if in our accuracy has been about 94%. So our system is very accurate in terms of forecasting what the bill is going to be for energy use, and that is done by collecting the data from the systems that we have installed, and the consumers will be able to get a report. And based on the report, the consumers will be able to make a decision as to whether he or she is going to buy our system. And so this is the test bed that you're looking at. And this is a part of the report that we provide to consumers. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
9와트의
That was CEO Kim Young-nok of 9watt. Next speaker came from ENSD, from Incheon Startup Park. And the topic of his presentation is called Immersive Economy in Meta Space. Let's give him a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Yong-hwan. I'm a CEO of ENSD. I'm not sure if I can talk the general discourse of this topic, but today I would like to talk about immersive technologies. Before I start, I want to give you some backgrounds, and you probably hear a lot about this term called metaverse. And I would like to re-emphasize. Metaverse has a very similar space to the reality, the space in reality, and where you can do social economic activities as you do in reality. And live logging, virtual world, mirror world, and other functions include, virtual world, Roblox, call it Second Life, and in the internet, you can create another life of yourself, and that's how this space works. And I'm sure this is a great example of a metaverse contents. But in the future, instead of a simple virtual space, I firmly believe that mirror-based technology will further develop, and my company is paying attention to such technology, and I would like to dive into a little more. Then what can we do in the virtual world? I can't live in the virtual space, but at least I can do some social and economic activities. For example, shopping is possible. You can have some exhibition, you can watch some movies, you can have some classes, and you've heard it from news probably, and you're able to work in the virtual world. So it's not just game elements that you see. You can basically copy these elements of your real life situation through the mirroring technology onto the virtual service. In the future, I dare to say that we will transit from online space to virtual space. So along with this trend, in smart city, we can establish the entire ICT-based city as an immersive virtual space by developing and combining contents of the existing smart city services. And there are some projects that governments pay attention, and some private-led projects are ongoing by telecommunication service providers and automobile manufacturers. And the platform itself is moving towards the virtual ones. So platform itself could create a virtual world by combining various services and converging various services. And as demands grow in the society, the technologies are already there, and it will further advance. So if you want to do some services based on the virtual platform, you need three things. First, everyone knows that it's good to create a platform with immersive technologies, but it takes a lot of money. It costs a lot. So what we need here is that we need to offer an opportunity anyone can create. Second, we need a technology that enables this realization in an easier manner. And third, all these individual elements should be somehow connected on the virtual platform. Then we will move towards one big ideal virtual platform. And as you can see in the picture, if you have a smart city service areas, anyone can create a virtual city. To further dive in, if you have some urban spatial data, you are able to establish the real world space on the virtual one, and it is possible to realize the established services on the immersive virtual services. And right now we are in the process of project verification along with the public organizations. And I want to touch more about technological characteristics. For example, we have a service on the app, and we have some service on the game platform. And engine-specific data modification costs some money. However, thanks to our technology, these technologies can be realized right away on some web services and app services. So somehow it's a standardized space of a virtual world. In terms of a traditional concept of a space, you can continuously connect the broad real-life space and virtual contents through the processing technologies of a large volume immersive virtual space seamlessly. And here the key is how to process large volume data. In our company, we have some standards to segment data in order to easily provide these data on our services. So it doesn't matter if it's a game portal or web-based services, you're able to apply this technology. And as I mentioned, we take OGC standards, and OGC standard-based immersive virtual space establishment is one of our main activities. And as mentioned before, the established virtual space by dot unit or individual unit will be converged into a massive immersive virtual space. And to do so, we need to create some standardized spatial information.
공간 정보는 말씀드린 것 같이
And this spatial information we create
라고 말씀드릴 수
can be also shared through the platform that we offer.
네. 저희 솔루션은 현재 뭐 다양한 과제에서 지금 하고
Our solutions are widely applied in various projects, and one of them is that the technological development for the integrated platform to support fire and disaster activities for the underground common entrance. And this project is verifying our solution. So you see the screen, it's a prototype with application of our technology, and based on measured data, we are able to convert the data to provide two different third-party services without any special data processing seamlessly. And there are a lot of sensor information from the underground spaces, and we can easily connect the information from these sensors. Video-based fire detection can also use our technology, and this is a very good chance to benefit some projects with our technology. In 2024, we plan to have more verification projects, and as you can see, I'm not sure if you can see in the picture, but we are able to analyze the data with the grid measurement, and here we can support real time with the response based on the BIM data for object for verification. And sometimes you can apply our technology for some contamination of cities. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. That reminds me of Virtual Singapore, and that was CEO Lee Yong-wan from Ian Sit, and then I would like to introduce the next speaker.
Our next speaker is from Montreal, Canada. And our speaker is Dr. Alicia Herat of a company called Imao. And she's going to talk to us why emotional intelligence cities are the true smart cities that people need. So here we're going to talk about emotions. So we're going to talk about user orientation. So this is, I believe, related to the fundamentals of the smart cities. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Alicia Herat.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Korea. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I'm very happy to be here. I'm talking to you from Montreal. Right now it's 2 a.m. in the morning. So I think I'm doing a great job in staying awake to talk to you. So I'm very happy to present you my topic today. So let's start. So today's presentation is about emotional intelligence in smart cities. So the question that I think we should ask is, what is a smart city? And what is it to be smart in a world where technology is invading everywhere we go? And how can we help with the technology to provide some mental and emotional support to the citizen of tomorrow's smart cities? So, as you know, in today's cities, everywhere we go, we are surrounded by technologies and devices everywhere we interact with services. So we see robots doing some repetitive and boring tasks that were done before by humans. We also see machines providing all sorts of services around us. We even interact with each other using devices and smartphones and screens. And so we use mouse, trackpad, stylus, even if we are sometimes in the same space, because we like technologies and we like to communicate ourselves through technologies. But the problem with today's devices and these mediums that we use to communicate with each other is that they do not grasp fully our message. The reason is because humans are emotional creatures, and more than 70% of our communications are non-verbal. So it is very important to train devices of tomorrow's cities to be emotionally aware and reading the nonverbal messages of users to communicate them fully to other users to not frustrate people and satisfy clients. There are today some approaches that are used to capture users' emotions and nonverbal communications. Examples of those devices are cameras. The problem with cameras is that they are very intrusive to most of people because of the right to privacy. So what is it that we can do to solve this problem? We have also microphones that could actually capture the tone of the voice to also measure emotions. The problem with this example of approaches is they are not easy to scale. It's not a behavior that's natural to turn on the camera when you interact with services and products that are online. And also people are not necessarily conscious about their emotions, and they do not necessarily write them when they write some messaging or when they answer surveys. They are not necessarily aware of their emotional state. And this is because emotions are very fast and conscious processes. They come and go very quickly. And it is very difficult to really report every second on your emotions, which is why we need a technology that can capture these nonverbal messaging and emotional expressions in a smooth way that's non-intrusive. So what if I tell you that it is possible to read emotions in our gestures? Yes, and this is what we do at IMO. IMO is the company that I founded in 2018. The science behind detecting emotions from gestures was first discovered by a neuroscientist. His name is Manfred Kleins. In the 70s, he published a book. The name of the book is Syntax. And he was able to see that the way we touch things reveal our emotions. So when I read his book, I was very fascinated by his discovery. So I tried myself to collect data on smartphones because people touch their phones all the time. They also touch screens everywhere they go when they go out in the city. As you know, screens are now invading all our spaces in our smart cities. So the question and the hypothesis I had at that time is, can we see emotions in the way we touch the screen? So I had some variables that I had to collect, which is the amount of skin, amount of pressure, the coordinate of the touch on the screen. And I also derived other features like speed, acceleration, and other inputs. And we were able to train a machine learning algorithm that was able to detect at least 4 emotions with more than 95% accuracy. So it is possible by exploiting a behavior that's already there, a natural behavior that people already do in their daily life, which is touching devices and screens, and be able to read their emotions to serve them better. So now, why do we measure emotions? Why emotion measurements is important? Well, there is a simple reason for that. It's, if you don't measure emotions, you will not understand your users, because it's part of the message to read emotions and respond to your users in the best way. So these stats are very known. It is very known that bad or good design could actually you could gain or lose billions of dollars just because of user and customer experience. So it is known that businesses, they care and they have to take care of the the customer experience, and they have to make sure that their services online are satisfying their clients. So that's why the emotion detection market size will attain more than 37 billion in the next 2 years because of that need. The fact that because we don't see each other and we use a lot of mediums to communicate, it is very important to have technologies that can be scalable to measure emotions and be able to really understand what customers want and how do they feel. So at EMO, we have this approach that's very unique, and it's about measuring emotions in gestures. Our technology is unique and it is very fast to integrate because we generate a very simple code for you that you simply copy and paste in your app, in the source code of your app. It's free to try, so you can see how it works. It's highly accurate because of the time that I spent with Dr. Kleins, who actually shared all his knowledge about emotions and his experience. It's non-intrusive because we do not, record the identity of people. We simply track their gestures and sense their nonverbal communication through devices. And it does not require behavioral change. We don't ask people to, for example, turn their face into the camera or talk clearly or have lights to detect their emotions. So all of these advantages make our approach much better than the other approaches that exist that measure emotions. So as I mentioned, it's very easy and fast to install. It takes under 2 minutes. We generate a code for you. If you have a website where you wanna test our technology, you simply give the URL of your website, and then we generate a token for you that you simply copy and paste. And then you log in again to our dashboard, and you can start seeing these analytics. What you see here in the screen is just one screenshot of the kind of charts that we can generate. This is an overview chart that explains what do people feel every single day, the amount of emotions that were recorded just through analyzing their gestures. Our pricing is very flexible. On average, we charge 1 cent per transaction, which is very competitive compared to other approaches that measure emotions from face. It's a very competitive pricing. We currently work with companies and who are partners, clients, or investors. Our technology is currently, tested in sectors like the financial sector and the insurance sector. We also work with our partner Ericsson and Sienna to integrate our technology and test it in the 5G network because we want to provide real-time emotion analytics for e-commerce websites As you know, since the pandemic, a lot of retailers are opening their website online because they want to sell their products online because there is an opportunity there. And these new businesses that are online are looking for ways to improve the traffic on their website. So they need new tools to allow them to really understand their customers and increase their sales and satisfy their customers and understand what do their customers want. So we are currently working on a project where we will provide real-time analytics to retailers, and we work with other also sectors. One of the very promising sectors that we will be, we are looking forward to actually test our technology is the mental health industry. As you know, mental health is a big issue, and digital well-being, where we can sense how users feel, is very important in the future. So this is something that's that we want to also contribute in, so that the citizens and residents of tomorrow's smart cities could actually be understood and satisfied without necessarily having to communicate again and again about their feelings and their emotions. So that's my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you want a demo, please email me at alicia@emo.com. I'll be very happy to walk you through our technology and also test it for your website if you want to see how it works. Thank you so much.
Thanks for inspiring talk, Alisa. We have one more speech, and after that we have a round table. So even though you must be tired, please stay with us. 자, 이번 마지막 스피커 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Let me introduce the next speaker under the topic called Living Innovation for the Next Generation Super Smart City. Let me introduce Honda Kunihiro, the CEO of Sprint Serendix Inc. It's a part of a Google for Startups and Japan member. We would like to welcome him through the video.
セレンディックス CEO の半田です。世界最先端の家を集約してインダストリーキャピタルを作る。2030年セレンディックスは世界最先端のスマートシティを実現します。今から50年前、当時の日本の首相である田中角栄が日本列島改造論という本を書きました。当時日本では91万本売れ大ベストセラーになりました。スマートシティの本質を理解するためこの本を読みました。大きく2つの重要な要素を見つけました。1つ目、重要な要素。新地方都市ビジョン、インダストリーキャピタル。ある特定分野の産業で日本一の集まりを作る。1、地域開発の拠点として十分な都市機能を持つ。交通、自然、教育、医療、ショッピング、文化活動、娯楽、情報です。2、自らの都市が発展し得るだけの産業経済活動を持つ。3、豊かな自然に恵まれ、地域の文化の光を灯す役割を果たす。4、地元住民が親しい人間関係を持てる新しい地域社会。なぜスマートシティにスタートアップが必要なのか。スタートアップに求められるのは課題解決です。既存事業の延長線上であれば、スタートアップではなく既存企業に任せればいい。スタートアップはゼロベースで破壊的なビジネスを行います。スマートシティの分野で CEO としてどのような経験が活かせるか。生物学者のダーウィンが言った言葉があります。唯一生き残ることができるのは変化できるやつである。経営者は2つのタイプがあると考えています。0から1を作る起業家と1を100にする事業家です。私の得意分野は0から1を作ることです。スマートシティ分野に行ってどのようなサポートをしようとするか。資金調達と言いたいけど、確かにそれも非常に重要です。つながり、知ることが大事だと考えています。今日のようなオンラインイベントですね。セレンディックスはソフィアプロジェクトの協議を行います。ヨーロッパ時間14時、ドバイ時間16時、日本時間21時、ニューヨーク時間翌朝8時、 オンライン会議を行います。日本以外の海外では 3D プリンターの住宅を作るためのプリンター実施を経験し、そして設計を行ってきました。想定される課題や質問に即答できます。コロナ前では我々がヨーロッパやアメリカに協議に行く。何ヶ月も前に準備する必要がありました。しかし今は2、3日前のスケジュール調整をして1時間単位ですぐにオンライン協議ができます。会議後の無駄な接待とか観光もありません。世界の知の結集です。自分の能力だけで勝負する時代は終わったと感じています。限界がすぐに来ると考えています。世界にはすごい技術者、素晴らしいデザインを描く建築家がたくさんいます。そしてすぐに協議できるオンラインで。2つ目の重要な要素。人間の1日の行動半径に比例して国民総生産と国民所得が増大します。地球上の人類の総生産の拡大や所得の拡大は自ら1日の行動半径に比例します。まさしくオンラインで世界のどこにでも一瞬で移動できます。皆さん、新しい未来を一緒に作りたいと考えています。最大のチャンスが始まっています。世界最先端のネクストハウス。プロジェクト名スフィア。家は24時間で作る。CEO のコマは京都大学発の GL で世界最先端の EV 車を作りました。去年1500億円で売却しました。次のプロジェクトとして世界最先端の家を作ります。私たちが考えるプロトタイプデザインです。美しい自然環境の中に球体の家を作りたいと思っています。私たちの最終目的は球体の家を作ることではなくて、世界最先端の家を作りたいと思います。家の中に入った瞬間に直感的に強く未来を感じる家を作りたいと思っています。私たちが実現する10個のプロダクト技術です。プロジェクションマッピングです。最先端の IoT 機器です。家電をコントロールするモーションコントロールです。セキュリティも重要です。自然環境の中で単体で成り立てるようオフグリッド化も重要です。パーソナルロボット、受付用のロボットも重要です。このデザインはちょっと行き過ぎてますけど、未来のベッドも考えたいと思ってます。食品用 3D プリンターを置きたいと思ってます。ペット型ロボットを置きたいと思ってます。なぜ30年の住宅ローンは本当に払い続けるんだろうかと考えています。今、日本の平均完済期限は73歳です。1回しかない人生、もっと自由に生きていいと考えています。自由を阻害している最大の要因は家です。セレンデックスは家をゼロから再発明します。家をロボット、3D プリンターが作ります。ドバイの視聴者の事例ですが、高さ9メーター、650平米の大きさがあります。車を買い替えるように家を買い替えます。100平米で300万円実現したいと思っています。私たちが作る家は球体の家です。球体は物理的に最強で自然災害に最も強いものとなります。通常 3D プリンターで建築物を作る際、必ず鉄筋等の構造体が必要です。スフィアは形状が球体のため、球体自体が構造体となります。アメリカの NASA の火星移住プロジェクトを進める世界的な建築家、園正幸のデザインです。今まで不動産は政令都市中心部からの距離が重要でした。これからは移動時間が大事だと思っています。例えば新幹線で静岡県沼津まで51分で行きます。リニアモーターカーなら東京から山梨まで25分で行きます。空飛ぶ自動車であれば車で90分の距離は15分で行くことができます。2025年には実現できます。ロードマップです。始まりは週末の住居です。最初のプロトタイプは10平米以下です。そしてグランピング、災害復興住宅、別荘を作ります。10平米であれば災害復興住宅は4時間で作れます。22年の12月にはスフィア100平米一般住宅を作ります。2階建てです。25年には大阪・関西万博で世界をアピールしたいと思っています。 世界最先端の家を集約したインダストリーキャピタル特定産業指数を作ります。2030年に世界最先端のスマートシティを実現します。建築基準法は問題ありません。最初のプロトタイプは10平米以下で作ります。10平米以上は今までにない新しい建築物ってことで大臣認定を取ります。競合です。日本国内はありません。日本初の 3D プリンターの住宅メーカーです。世界は既存住宅の延長線上で進んでいます。例えばアメリカ、130平米で30万ドルです。人間が作れば60万ドルだそうです。やはりせっかく 3D プリンターで作っても構造体としての鉄筋が必要なので、実は 3D プリンターで作っても3割とか半分しかコストが下がりません。私たちセレンデックスは家の形を球体にすることによって構造体のない家を作ります。家の価格が10分の1の3万ドルにすることができます。収益モデルです。家の販売です。製造原価はコンクリートなので 10% 以下です。世界最先端の家、我々一社だけでは実現できない。進歩とは力の結集です。世界最先端の家を実現するコンソーシアム、すでに40社を超えています。参加企業を入れると80社を超えています。今年の2月、日本国内向けプレス配信を行ったんですけど、フランスの AFP 通信が世界に配信したことによって、世界12カ国にニュースが流れました。2025年、すべての人から住宅ローンをなくします。自由って、本当にやりたかった仕事、本当にやりたかった夢、挑戦する自由大事だと思います。もう一つは選択する自由、家族と一緒にゆっくり過ごす時間大事だと思っています。今の生活から住宅ローンがゼロになったら、あなたは何をしたいかです。セレンデックスのミッションです。30年の住宅ローンをゼロにします。ありがとうございました。
네, 마지막 네 번.
That was the last speaker's presentation. Unfortunately, the last speaker was not able to be with us online real time, so it was the video presentation. That means that we are going to have panel discussants with us and online. And first, I am working in a Shinhan finance group and to help startups for their business operation. Well, he sounded pretty humble, but he's a pretty big deal. And next, from Mindbridge. I'm from Mindbridge. My name is Choi Sung-hwan, the head of the Asia Pacific business, and we are the accelerator and global open innovation advisor in Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 companies. Go through some consulting with our accelerator. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. And the reason we have these two panel discussants is to hear some insights based on the three presentations that we just heard. If you have any questions or if you want to have some comments to add, because you have numerous years of experience of helping startups, and maybe you can provide some insights that help startups. I will start with 9watt, the first presenter.
싶었는데
I really enjoyed your talk. What does 9watt mean? Well, 9watt. Well, watt, as you know, is a unit of energy, and also energy reduction. You cannot really reduce, energy use by 100%. The target is to reduce about 10%, and that. But why 9? Why not 10? And so 10% of reduction is, so we're going to be reduced 10% from 100%, so that will be 90%. That is why the name of the company is 9watt. And so, Mr. Lee, would you like to talk a few things about 9 watt? Well, that was quite interesting talk. So it's an automatic analysis of building energy consumption. And you used a term called green building remodeling. So to introduce a system to be able to reduce energy use in buildings, well, that requires discussions or talk among different stakeholders. So with that many stakeholders, how can you build a profitable business model? Well, that's one of the most frequent questions that I get. And so people ask me, what sort of business model that I could have in order to be able to make money. Well, so we do. You have to be able to diagnose if you're going to provide, for instance, a treatment. And there are about 20 million buildings in Korea. And so if we have to do, diagnosis of these, 20 million buildings, in order to be able to take actions to reduce energy consumption. So out of, like, for instance, 500 buildings, that's going to introduce our system, then introduce a system that's similar to us. Now we can first begin with 200,000 of them. And so if you're going to do the diagnosis of the buildings, of 200,000 buildings, well, people cannot do this because that's a lot of work for people. And after the diagnosis, so we're going to be using our system to diagnose building, see what the energy consumption status in that building is, and that information is going to be contained in the report to be provided to the owners of the building. So that's how we make money.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious because it doesn't matter what kind of project you have, and the relations with the government organization is crucial. So it sounds like you're well aware of your stance in collaboration with the government. But based on your presentation, I guess only monitoring was measurable. So energy saving solution is my question. How do you measure that? When we first start our business, we started with the existing system to enter the market, but then there are a lot of competitors, and there are some solution providers with the existing energy saving system, and we were just one of them. And that means that we were not really competitive in the market. An energy saving solution could be hardware, software, visualization, many maintenance, and many more. And instead of competing against one another, we were able to connect them with the buildings that they needed, and that's what we try to target. And the topic here today is about some software technology. Well, we do have some hardware technologies too. We do have some technology, but our biggest strength is AI-based building diagnosis system, and that's why I only mentioned that in my presentation. Thank you. Very specific topic, that is energy, and it was a good opportunity to have a look at what 9watt does. And I want to ask question to Alicia.
굉장히 피곤할 것
So it's 2 a.m. in the morning, so you must be really, really tired. So let me ask you questions first.
네, 이창희 수석님, 알리샤.
So, Mr. Lee, could you ask Lisa a few questions? So you talked about, emotional intelligence. Yeah, that was quite interesting. Very interesting technology that is combined with smart cities. When I first heard about, emotionally intelligent, smart city, I mean, I couldn't picture what this was. But you talked to us, how you came to developing this technology. So, what do you think is important about the the emotionally intelligent smart cities?
That's the question.
네, 맞아요. 어떻게
Yes. So why? I mean, how did you come up with, of emotionally intelligent smart cities, and why you thought it would be important to have something that is emotionally intelligent within smart cities?
Yeah, well, the reason is very simple. A smart city should serve its citizen, and the citizen of a smart city are humans. And humans are emotional creatures. They express emotions all the time. So it is important to understand their emotions when they express them non-verbally using technologies that are non-intrusive.
네. 네.
Yes, I understand. Yes. Mr. Che, do you also have questions?
Actually, it's very interesting to to track the gestures and check the emotions of the citizens. There's one question that came up in my mind that how do you tackle the privacy issue? Because as you know, privacy it's a little bit different to different countries, and it might be also different to the cities, right?
Yes. So first of all, privacy is not an issue. It's a state. It's a right. People have the right to their privacy. So the way we deal with the privacy right is very simple. We require everyone who uses our technology to clearly ask for users' consent before they sense their gestures. And we advise the businesses that we work with to clearly state why do they want to measure the gestures of their users, and usually it's to improve their user experience. So users in general are very happy to share their emotions because they understand that it's beneficial for them. The purpose of an app that tracks emotions is to understand how do users feel. So it's part of their message. It's part of what they already express. So the reason is to understand how they feel so that we can serve them better. So once this is communicated clearly, most of people are very open to that. And those who do not agree should have the right to keep their expressions private if they want to. So they are not actually tracked, and it's very simple to do because we designed an API that allows our customers to pause and resume emotions reading anytime they want, depending on users' consent.
Got it. Thank you.
네, 답변 고맙습니다. 새치기로 저도 질문을 하나.
I want to add a question to Alicia.
인천.
So we are in Incheon. And Incheon is a city that is working to build the ecosystem for startups. And the two gentlemen who are sitting next to me are working to build that ecosystem. And do you think you would like to build like emotionally intelligent smart city here in Incheon? Because the gestures and the behaviors of Koreans and the Westerners are very different. So you could help us, to detect the gestures. And Mr. Lee, can you then provide, financial support and other support? Yes, I would love to meet Alicia if she comes to Incheon. Alicia, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I want to point out the study that has been done by Dr. Klein worldwide. He discovered that emotional expression is a universal language. So whether you are Korean or an American or an African, the thing that connects human beings, regardless of their culture, is emotional expressions. That is why when I smile or when I move in a certain way, even if we don't speak the same language, we feel something just from the expression of the face and the movements that really makes us connect. So the gestures that we discovered, the algorithm that we have today, that we continuously improve, we believe that it recognizes emotions universally. And I would be happy to test it in your city if you invite me, and happy to work with you and together towards that.
Yes, of course. You have to come to Squid Game country, okay? 오케이. 네, 이제 세 번째 그
Now, we would like to share some questions with Mr. Lee Yong-hwan from Sit. Well, Metabus is a very interesting topic that was delivered by Mr. Lee. Smart City and Metabus could be converged, and that was my thought during his presentation. And regarding Metabus, a lot of companies and experts mention, but in order to establish a decent system, there should be some kind of incentives that the users can get, or it somehow had some element that is really exciting and fun for the users in order to run this ecosystem smoothly in the virtuous circle. And I don't know how they combine this technology in terms of smart city. Yes, I have the same concern. When we first established the business model, we started with two different models. And first, B2G, business to government, and next, business to customer. And these are the two main models. And we started with B2G because we have some experience in there, and that's more suitable for smart city. B2C is not quite suitable for smart city, but somehow we believe that it's related, and I want to distinguish these two. B2G for general public, or the sake of the general public, public safety, can be dealt in the B2G models, and simulation could happen in order to foresee what will happen through this smart city project. And that was the first target that we had in terms of B2G. It's actually not really fun, but it's because it's not really profitable if you compare to B2C. It's more for the sake of the public, but that also gives you some benefits that it will be beneficial for the general public. So instead of just having fun on the virtual space, we could provide some public interest, but it is not as fun as games. And now B2C is an area that we started this year more actively, and we could do some exhibition, or let's say at the Songdo Central Park, we can have some exhibition virtually. But like if I want to do it physically on actual spot, police will stop you. So it could be fun for some general public to do something fun for their individual purposes. So that's what we try to drive our business to. So on top of the virtual space, what we can do, what we want to do, what we can do for fun. So let's say instead of just exchanging text, we can actually virtually meet with each other, and that's something that we need to add in order to have some more fun on this virtual space. Okay, I have a related question. It is a buzzword, a metabus. Even Facebook changed their name to Meta. Urban planning and virtual model houses can use this technology very usefully, but maybe to create a better space and some space that I haven't experienced, or like, space is a good example. And I think some people are interested in using metaverse for some experience that they haven't had. Yes, I fully agree. But I don't think our business models can cover all. But maybe new virtual world is important, but our focus is using immersive technology. And I emphasize the term mirroring. So basically mirroring the real life space. And I mentioned about some virtual exhibition. It could happen in the real life, but we can somehow bring these actual spaces like universe, like space, and some other physical environments. And of course, we have some limitation of budget and the time, but that's what we're trying to do. Basically, mirroring is our focus. Thank you. My first impression of your presentation was virtual Singapore, the project. But I guess you are more paying attention to bringing the real life physical environment onto the virtual space, and that was pretty interesting. And what would you like to create more in the future? So maybe I would like to ask you like something about Meta. Well, my goal it could be big or small, but in the beginning, it says we want to create a technology to make the world smarter. And as Alicia mentioned, what is smart? Who's this for? These are some questions that I also have in my mind. And with the technology that we have, I really want to create this world smarter. And we want to make cities smarter. And that's my humble but big goal. Thank you. We have about 11 minutes left, so I want to bring up some common questions to Alicia and two other presenters. So we have something in common that might not answer what is smart city with your own answer, but based on technologies that you're engaged in, probably you do have missions and goals to make people's lives better. And probably you have some big challenges ahead of you, especially in terms of urban infrastructure, some big cost if you want to move forward for new projects. So to the three speakers, I want to ask what the biggest challenge is you have and what kind of effort you are making to resolve that issue. And maybe you could ask these two gentlemen for help, and in detail, maybe you can just ask some detailed help.
So biggest challenge, I think this is related to survival of startups, and that is to have a clear vision for people, that is people that work for a company. So a clear vision, and then the next challenge is the space where we can actually test what we have made. I mean, we have to have a test bed to be able to demonstrate our capabilities and try to verify or validate our capabilities. But if we're going to, for instance, try within the, I mean, in a city, if we're going to test out our solution, well, it could cause a problem. The buildings, with the energy, the power would come down, and that could cause a lot of trouble. But so maybe because of that, it's difficult for us to get a test bed, to get buildings. But so if we are trying to get a test bed, we are asked for reference, we are asked for other best cases of, that's very similar to us. And another challenge is, whether about sufficient funding. So one of the so I guess the third challenge was about funding. So could somebody answer this? Give a comment to this comment made by Mr. from 9watt. Well, for all the startups, yes, they all would like to have more of funding. But I think you could take a different approach. If you're going to test your product within a city, I think no matter what country you are in, it's not going to be easy. And large companies like motor companies, construction companies, they are all trying to get into smart city business. Maybe you should try POC with these large companies that would like to do smart city business. And if I may add, I think there was a news article here in Korea, and that article said that the institution that uses the most energy is Seoul National University, because that's the university that does research and development. So maybe you could try, with the campus of a university, because the university campus uses a lot of energy. So you could try that with universities. Yes. Yeah, so we would like to contact those universities, and we have, in fact, contacted large companies, and some of them have actually expressed interest. And one of so within within Songdo, we're trying to build a test bed, and we are receiving a lot of support from the city of Incheon.
Could you tell us your answer, please? Alicia?
Alicia, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. So the question is, what is our challenge, right? Well, our vision at EMO is to power digital interfaces with emotional intelligence. So that's definitely our mission. We think that there is a missing layer in computer user interaction. There is a missing layer that can measure emotions. So how can we work together is to simply try our technology into your websites, with the websites where you have some content, where you want to measure users' reactions and understand how they feel and the impact of your content, and some articles or images or design of some of the websites where you have some traffic, to start talking about this topic of emotional intelligence and how it is important to the mental well-being and the digital well-being of your citizens. So I think we could definitely work together by doing some pilots on some of the websites of your choice, so we can demonstrate the value of our emotion analytics.
네, 혹시 두 분 첨언해 주실 거 있으면. 네.
Thank you, Alicia. Since I'm not pretty sure about your business model, but if your business model is also not B2G but also B2B, there's a lot of e-commerce that you can target. So maybe it's not related to smart city, but just to test the gestures of the emotion of the shoppers. I think that also can give some interesting some conversion rates to the e-commerce shopping malls as well.
Yes, that's what we do.
Nice.
네, 짧게 첨언을 드리면
I would like to add more. As more technologies emerge, easy, convenient are the missions only, it seems like, and then somehow human is excluded. But if we can apply what Alicia is trying to apply, maybe we can value more human elements of the activity. So I really hope that your business will succeed.
네. 자, 이번에는
Okay, next. The third speaker, Mr. Lee, what kind of challenge do you have? Recently, as we prepare our technology application and try to expand it, we have big room to improve. Mainly infrastructure is insufficient. Of course, capital is an issue. and it is important, but workforce and any other things are holistic, the whole challenges that we have. But I'm not sure if I should call it partnership or some kind of collaboration. Some opportunities for partnership and collaboration is our biggest challenge. There's a company called Bive for Smart City. They were matched with my company, and we had some discussion, and it was a good opportunity. And sometimes I'm too busy to meet multiple clients and potential customers, and my team also are busy meeting with other people, but it is actually it needs more improvement. So we need more collaboration to test our technology and add additional business models in the future. So I believe that collaboration and partnership is essential for my business particularly. Do you have any comments to add? Yes, regarding partnership, we more focus on overseas partners with more entities and stronger partners. If you want to join, if you are willing to join our accelerating program, maybe there might be a few overseas partners that we can introduce you to. Why Shinhan is interested in operating ShinhanSquare Bridge lies in your answer. Some startups have issues of a capital, workforce, and Shinhan Finance Group noticed that needs for startups. And because we do work with a lot of accelerators and investors who can help them through collaboration and partnership, and there was a good reminder for us to move forward. Time's almost up to wrap up. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude for all the speakers, and we root for more startups under immense challenge called Smart Cities. And it was a good opportunity to share some insights. Maybe we will have a very short, maybe 30-second wrap-up comments. So I will start with Mr. Lee to wrap up your idea sharing. I believe in this area, any startup have difficulties, and I admire all the startups, including my company. But if I dare to say, I will still encourage others to join the community of startups, because we have a wonderful partners and accelerators who can help us, like Shinhan. Alicia, comment to wrap up?
Thank you all for the opportunity that you give me to come to this event and meet you all. This is the first time I talk about my technology to Korea, so I'm very happy to meet every one of you. I am also very impressed by the technologies developed by the two startups that preceded me, and I wish them all the best and all success. Thank you so much for your time, and let's stay in touch.
Thank you. Thank you. 자, 우리 마지막
Mr. Kim?
멘트라고 할 건 없고요.
Well, not just the startups, but if you run a business, a lot of things based on technologies and brilliant ideas. But before that, we need to thoroughly develop plans and realize the ideas. And that, I believe, is crucial. You can have a lot of plans, but it's important to verify with lots of challenges. And doesn't matter if you go through the help with the Shinhan or some competition or some contest. It's important to verify and test your ideas and the plans. And based on your feedback, probably you could be a better startup to start with. Thank you very much. such a valuable time to share insights and information. Once again, I appreciate all the speakers and the two gentlemen next to me as an advisor and a helper and enabler based on trust and genuine connection. Once again, I would like to appreciate these two panel discussants. And we started this conference about 6 hours ago, and we're almost nearing the end. And hopefully this will be a good opportunity and to create a good ecosystem for startups. And we wish all these three speakers for great success and health and happiness in the future. Thanks again. Thank you.
Nice dream. Good night. 네, 이것으로 신한금융그룹 혁신성장
That wraps up 2021 ShinhanSquare Bridge Incheon, the Connected 2021. Personally, I would like to share my thoughts to finally wrap up. When I first started earlier, we talked about some bigger pictures like smart city and some leading accelerators and investors. I wasn't sure if this could be the case of everybody or if we just follow whether we could success or not. And I was wondering at the beginning of the conference, but after listening to all these challenges and commitment and the brave move of the businesses, at the end of the day, I realized that it's essential to have some kind of partnership, collaboration based on reliability. So no one can go alone. Within the great ecosystem, we could create much more values. And I think that's the direction that we should move forward to. And as all these three speakers mentioned, with all possibilities and chances of challenges can make our ecosystem solid. And that's why this conference was very fruitful and meaningful for me. And I hope that this is not the end, but beginning. All the startup conference are being held this week. This is the end of the Incheon conference, but in 2 days, on Thursday, we will have a startup conference ShinhanSquare Bridge Seoul, and I will be a keynote speaker, so I hope to see you again. And once again, thank you very much, all the speakers, panel discussants, and the audience online. And please allow me to thank everyone who's behind the scene, who prepare all these wonderful events, and let's give a big round of applause for everyone here. Thank you very much.
신입 발표 면접 시작하겠습니다.
우리 회사에 들어와 주신다면 업무만 생각하세요. 성적만 생각하세요.
핵심
성별 때문에 다른 무엇 때문에도 능력이 가려지거나 기회를 놓치게 하지 않을 거예요.
누구나 공정하게 성장하는 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the fair thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.
일회용 컵 대신 텀블러를 쓰고 탄소 배출 대신 자전거를 타고 기후 변화를 멈추기 위해 당신만 노력하게 두지 않을 거예요. 탄소 배출 제로의 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the green thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.
왜 일회용품 쓰는 것이 망설여질까요? 왜 청년들의 도전이 성공하길 응원할까요? 왜 기회를 갖지 못하는 사람들의 이야기에 마음이 쓰일까요? 우리는 모두 마음으로 옳은 일이 무엇인지 알기 때문입니다. 모두가 그 마음을 따라 행동한다면 정말 멋진 세상을 만들 수 있다는 것도.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
스타트업 당선자 기회 스톱.
성공보다 실패가 더 많을 거예요. 하지만 누군가는 당신의 도전이 멈추지 않도록 응원할 거예요. 용감한 도전이 이어지는 원더풀 월드를 위해
To the brave thing, to the right thing, for a wonderful world.